Speaker Johnson, everybody?
Oh, yeah, everybody's coming out. And he's done a fantastic job for us here as well.
Well, good luck to you. What's the website, Scott?
It's ballforcongress.com, BAUGHFOR Congress.com. Thanks, Hugh. Always good to be with you.
Good to be with you. Head over to BAW, BAUGHFOR Congress.com, BAW, FOR Congress.com, because he's going to win. House is going to stay Republican, and then they're going to come after him with $50 million next time. So he just needs to know who you are that support him in the district so he can do good voter ID. It's a great party organization, been built for years by three great guys going back to Tom Fuentes and Lois Lundberg before him. It's a great place to live. I wish I lived there still, but I'm in the Beltway, and that's the way it is. Got to do my job. Got to do my job from the Beltway. BAW4Congress.com. Generalissimo, when's your hot air column drop?
It drops at 6:20 East Coast time, so about 20 minutes after we go off the air. And the title of the story, it's about Kamala Harris's speech. It's titled, "So other than that, Mrs. Harris, how was the speech?"
Does it mention garbage?
Oh, yes, it does. It has some garbage in there. There was plenty of garbage posts on Hot Air this morning by my colleagues, John Sexton, Ed Morrissey, David Strom. They were all writing a bunch of garbage posts. So I got boxed out of the garbage talk, but I snuck it into the Kamala Harris story.
So I want to close today as I begin. I want to play for you Joe Biden last night telling 75 million Americans what he thinks of them. Cut number 21.
The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
Okay, and then I want to play for you what Kamala Harris promised last night. Cut 22.
I pledge to listen to experts.
You know who the experts are? Tony Fauci, 51 intelligence professionals, told you Hunter Biden's laptop was fake, everyone who shut the schools for 2 years. I do not want those experts back. And I hope you are out there voting early, wherever you still can. Get going. I'll be back tomorrow, America, with more run-up on the next You Do It show.
When you absolutely, positively need the truth, this is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Hugh Hewitt here talking with Nick Grovich, President, CEO, and owner of AmFed Coin and Bullion, AmericanFederal.com. Nick, explain to us what in the world is going on with gold. It's broken 2,700.
You're seeing two separate bull markets in gold. You've got central banks. They've more than doubled their gold purchases. I think they're very concerned about the dollar right now. So the central banks really gave us that first maybe 14% run that we had earlier this year. Now you're seeing the economic data come in, and so the investors are getting back into the market as well. When they both start buying, that really moves gold. If you have the investors and the central banks continue to buy, you're going to get a double whammy. This might be the beginning of a really big move in gold.
If you want to talk to a professional, you want to talk to someone who's very low-key and is not going to break your arm to do this or do that, he's just going to talk to you. Give Nick a call at 1-800-221-7694, 1-800-221-7694.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no coverage at all. These days, you've got to do whatever you can to save money. One of the biggest expenses can be your car, especially when unexpected repair bills hit. Not anymore. CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan. You could save thousands with one call to CarShield. Call 800-840-1546 now to see if you qualify. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Repairs for your engine, transmission, and more can become a thing of the past.
Military Matters.
Women veterans are the fastest growing group using VA services, but there is concern that the priority in care has actually been given to male veterans self-identifying as women. Republican Congressman Matt Rosendale pressed VA Secretary Dennis McDonough on the department's policy, which does not provide single-sex spaces for biological women.
We were making all this investment to try and make them feel comfortable, to make them feel more welcomed into the veterans' facilities. Why we would now be opening these exact same facilities to males who are identifying as women.
Within the department, there are some who feel that gender-inclusive policies come at the expense of female veterans. Dr. Eddie Waldrop is a clinical psychologist at the VA who specializes in PTSD.
Sometimes I work with female veterans who are concerned about even walking into the doors of the VA itself, much less about going into the restrooms, locker rooms.
With Military Matters, Alexandria.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
A day of cleanup for one campaign. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. After President Biden appeared to call supporters of former President Trump garbage.
President Biden took to social media to quickly clarify what he said in a campaign call with Hispanic voters.
Was not calling Trump supporters garbage.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the president was calling out hateful language about Puerto Rico from a comedian who spoke at a Trump rally over the weekend.
He understood that what he was saying was being taken out of context. So he wanted to be very, very clear about what he was trying to say.
Vice President Harris also asked about President Biden's remarks, says she strongly disagrees with any criticism of people based on who they vote for.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. Both Harris and Trump holding rallies earlier in North Carolina, each urging voters to turn the page, though for different reasons. Harris has another rally in Pennsylvania before they both rally again in Wisconsin tonight. Voters in the critical swing state of Pennsylvania now have more time to apply for a mail-in ballot in Bucks County. A state judge just extending the deadline after the Trump campaign sued the county over claims some voters were turned away before the 5 p.m. deadline yesterday, citing staffing issues. The deadline was for a specific type of ballot known as on demand.
It takes about 10 to 15 minutes each person. Because of that, the county said they really didn't have the resources to accommodate the kind of volume they were seeing yesterday. And they said the 5 p.m. deadline was really only for those applying to receive a mail-in ballot, not complete it on the spot.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff in Bucks County. The new deadline is Friday. Hope for a truce in Lebanon, where Israel's fighting Iran-backed Hezbollah militants. Lebanon's caretaker prime minister reportedly speaking with a U.S. envoy about a ceasefire proposal that would include Lebanese armed forces to monitor and enforce a possible resolution. America's listening to Fox News.
See Nissan Guam first. With affordable options like the stylish Nissan Versa sedan and the street-savvy Kicks crossover, you'll love the wallet-friendly fuel efficiency and the smart versatility. Available Apple CarPlay and Android Auto integration makes sure you're always connected. With easy financing and low monthly payments, we make it easy to drive away in the perfect Nissan for you. Ask about our exclusive first-time buyers program. Stop by for a test drive and get pre-qualified for financing at NissanGuam.com today.
Hi, I'm Tom Fisher, and I'm one of your senators. The future is so bright for Guam. Congratulations to the people of Guam, and thank you to the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration for getting this hospital off the ground. We're going to have geriatric care. We are going to have veterans care. We are going to have infant care. Thank you very much to the governor and lieutenant governor and all the people who have been working so hard to get this hospital built. I'm Tom Fisher. I'm number 9 on the Republican side of the ballot, and I approve of this message of congratulations.
2 elections officials in the swing state of Michigan are reportedly out of a job, accused of trying to interfere with vote counting by doing more counting.
Michigan's director of elections, Jonathan Brader, relieving the clerk of Rock River Township and his deputy of their duties after the 2 told officials they plan to hand count ballots before sending them to the county. In a letter to the 2 shared with the New York Times, Brader tells them doing a hand count of ballots violates state law and accuses them of blowing off requests to follow proper procedures. The clerk reportedly calling the state's move baseless, citing misleading theories, including that electronic voting machines are insecure. A rep for the Michigan Secretary of State's office seemingly confirms the removal, saying it speaks to the efforts that we are not going to tolerate any attempts to circumvent the law. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
A streamlined process kicks in for air travelers in search of a refund over flights with a significant delay.
Prior to this rule, airlines got to set their own definitions for whether or not you had a significant delay. And they could also make the process of getting a refund really tough.
Fox Business's Madison Allworth. Under the new rule now in effect, passengers get a refund for a canceled flight or a delay of at least 3 hours for a domestic flight, 6 hours for international.
And refunds are automatic. Customers do not need to request them, and they will be made back to the original form of payment. So if you used your credit card, you're going to get that money, that cash back. If you used miles, you will get those miles back.
The U.S. economy growing at 2.8% in the third quarter, while the Fed's favorite inflation gauge cooled to 1.5%. That's the lowest in more than 4 years, though a slowdown in hiring is expected in Friday's jobs report. On Wall Street, a turbulent finish. After some late swings, the Dow drops about 91 points, the S&P down 19, the NASDAQ down 104. Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
This is a paid ad by Will Parkinson.
Like Will Parkinson, another home run. He reaches out and asks for an emergency session on the bill to save Guam from load shedding, and then it happens. A little bit more urgency.
Hey, you're welcome. I'm Will Parkinson, and I won't stop fighting for you.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you do it.
Today, but this is right on point, and I actually think that there is a future for this guy.
I'm Will Parkinson, and I approve this message.
Stay connected for your chance to win $2,000 in cash from IT&E. From now until December 22, prepaid and postpaid subscribers all have the chance to win the grand prize or weekly prizes like gift certificates, a TV, gaming console, smartwatch, and more. To earn entries, renew or sign up on a plan, pay your postpaid bill on time, enroll in autopay, or purchase prepaid load and products. Visit ite.net or any IT&E store for details. IT&E, connections that matter.
Alpha Day, I'm Carl Gutierrez. I was Speaker for 4 years and Governor for 8. And I'm proud to endorse Ginger Cruz for Congress because she has the experience, strength, know-how, and network to get the job done for Guam. As my policy advisor and communications advisor, Ginger was instrumental in driving our island's unprecedented growth. Her tireless dedication to the people of Guam was unmatched, and after her time at Adelup, she took her talents to Washington, D.C.
I think in my testimony, I talked about stabilization and reconstruction environments being
working at the highest levels of the federal government. I know her love for our island, her deep belief that my fellow veterans are an abiding priority, and I know we can trust her with our future. Join me, vote for Ginger Cruz for Congress. Si Juus Maarsi.
I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this message, and I humbly ask for your vote.
It's no secret that trust in our government has taken a hit due to the influence of the well-connected. We've all seen special interest legislation and sweetheart deals that only benefit companies that have yet to pay their fair share to the government. And instead of being held accountable, they've been rewarded, promising profits from solar farms to fund infrastructure improvements. But history has shown that the sweet scent of corruption only leads to destruction, just like the environmental disaster at Marbo Cave. We must protect and preserve our environment and natural resources. Let's put an end to government corruption once and for all. Vote Joanne Brown for Senator.
Paid for by the committee to elect Joanne Brown for Senator, Eleanor Borja Treasurer.
When you want a senator to hear your concerns, you can expect to see her at the hearings. When it comes to the environment, healthcare, and the economy, you can expect her to write quality legislation. Quite simply, when you tell Telo, you can expect and will get results.
I'm Telo Tarigui, and I approve this message.
Half a day and good morning, Guam at 6:08 on Thursday, October 31. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Police swarmed businesses in Harmon yesterday afternoon searching for suspects linked to a recent home invasion in Barragata Heights. Witnesses saw one man on the roof as officers surrounded the area. Several businesses, including the Harmon Loop Hotel, locked their doors during the incident. Police reportedly showed pictures of the suspects, prompting one witness to alert officers that a suspect had been staying at the hotel for several days. Police had detained 2 men and a woman after they attempted to flee. Names of those arrested have not been released, but investigations are ongoing. Meanwhile, a 25-year-old mother, Remedita May Tenorio Rosario, was charged with a felony after crashing her car while drunk with her 4 young children on board. Police say Rosario lost control in Dedido on Saturday, hitting a tree stump, gate, cement pillar, and power pole before her vehicle stopped. Officers found a cold, partially full can of beer in her car, noting her slurred speech and need for assistance standing. A breathalyzer test showed her blood alcohol level was twice the legal limit. Rosario admitted she had been drinking at a bar fundraiser before picking up her kids. She was released on a $3,000 personal recognizance bond. We'll have more news after this.
Hold on. Interest rates are coming down, and that includes residential loans whose rates are the lowest in over a year. If you've been putting off rate financing your home or purchasing a home, wait no longer. And there's our home equity or HELOC program, which gives you money without touching your existing home loan at the lowest rate in over a year. So come see us at Bank Pacific, please, where we've been making home loans for 70 years. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply. Member FDIC.
The GVB board received formal reminders from the AG's office on Tuesday about mandatory public disclosures due tomorrow. This follows a recent law requiring GVB board members to submit financial disclosures to the Guam Election Commission. Board member Sunny Ada criticized the timing, calling it petty amid the island's tourism crisis. The notice comes after Governor Lulian Guerrero's appearance at a GVB board meeting urging action to revive tourism. The AG's office says the reminders ensure transparency and accountability. AG Doug Moylan added that failure to comply could lead to legal action, though the notice was intended as a courtesy. And Dr. Kenny Sue is Guam's new chief medical examiner. His 3-year contract is now in effect after approval from the governor and AG. Sue takes over from Dr. Jeffrey Nine, who stepped down in April. His base salary is $350,000 with a possible increase to $400,000 if the legislature approves additional funding. Previously, Sue served as chief medical examiner in Texas and has testified in over 100 court cases. The AG emphasized that Sue's experience will aid Guam's justice system. Sue has managed 3,100 autopsies. He applied to work on Guam to be closer to family in Taiwan and originally considered the role in 2021. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Yeah, I guess he's got kids that were in high school at the time, but now that they're graduated and off into college, then it makes it easier for him to justify moving all that way out to Guam to take a look at all of the bodies that we have around here and how it was that they turned into dead folks. What have I got? 6:11 in the morning is the time for the weather. Isolated showers today, mostly sunny though with highs near 87 degrees. Now that's weird considering it was raining cats and dogs at 4 o'clock in the morning when I thought the shower was already on, and I remembered I didn't have that kind of automated facility. I looked out the window, and sure enough, it was coming down heavy. But it looks like it's going to dry off. We'll take a look at the weather radar here and see what we can see. You can see some of the clouds that are moving across from the northeast to the southwest and moving in that direction here. And maybe a little bit of rain falling on the eastern side of the island. Going to wreck your sunrise, but should be okay later. Highs near 87 degrees. Light east winds becoming, east-northeast, 6 to 11 miles an hour this morning. Expected weather for tonight includes partly cloudy skies and overnight lows of about 77 degrees. Partly sunny tomorrow. Hey, Joe, what's tomorrow?
It's Friday.
It's Friday.
It's Friday.
Friday with partly sunny
It's
skies.
All Souls Day.
Daytime highs near 86 degrees. You can make noise on All Souls Day. It's all right. Mostly cloudy with overnight lows of about 77 degrees for tomorrow night. Partly sunny on Saturday. Daytime highs over the next couple of days, 86 degrees. With a heat index today, will feel like 96 degrees. What have we got here for you on the waters? 30% chance of rain, rip currents, and hazardous surf could be in effect when you get out there. So always check and then double check for your own safety. Sunrise this morning, not for another couple of minutes here, 6:15. Sunset tonight is going to be at 5:54. Keep that number in mind, 5:54 for sunset. So that means that you've got to try to get the kids moving and around their final trick-or-treating areas and establishments by around then. And if you're going to be any later than that, make sure that they're brightly colored and have flashlights and things like that. It's always good to have the kids with flashlights because when there is a typhoon, that's the only flashlights in the house that will work. Is
the one with the pumpkin on it?
Exactly. Yep. That's the only one that's going to be working when it comes time for the storms. It's 6:13 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. There it is. News and weather together brought to you by Bank Pacific. Hold on a second. I reached out to Phil this morning because I wanted to double check and make sure. Are you open tomorrow? And Phil says, Absolutely. We are open tomorrow on All Souls Day, and they'll be open on Saturday morning as well. So if you got some banking to take care of and your regular place is shut down, maybe time to consider getting that account opened over at Bank Pacific that you've been thinking about. Anyway, banking on the Pacific for 70 years.
Stay connected for your chance to win $2,000 in cash from IT&E. From now until December 22, prepaid and postpaid subscribers all have the chance to win the grand prize or weekly prizes like gift certificates, a TV, gaming console, smartwatch, and more. To earn entries, renew or sign up on a plan, pay your postpaid bill on time, enroll in autopay, or purchase prepaid load and products. Visit ite.net or any IT&E store for details. IT&E, connections that matter.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
6:15, Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Down to the bottom of it, scraping the actual bottom of the barrel for news and headlines and commentary opportunities here. Not necessarily true. It's just I'm looking over some of the paperwork that I printed out because I thought it was interesting this morning, and I'm just wondering, at which point in the broadcast would it make a lot of sense to be touting, if you will, the fact that American Airlines has completed the furthest ever flight. Its furthest ever flight. I don't know if it's like a record-breaking flight or anything like that.
Okay.
American Airlines has just completed, and nobody, I don't know, does anybody around here even have like American Airlines mileage points? Are you members of their frequent flyer program? Just on the off chance that you get to the States and you just go, I'm sick of United. I never want to fly them again. Who else flies around here?
No.
See, right. I mean, it's like
happen.
once you're in United in the States, you might as well just stay with them, for the other 2 or 3 legs that you got to go on. Anyway, American Airlines, though, has completed the furthest ever flight, their furthest ever, covering more than 8,000 miles. They have flown from Dallas, which is a town in Texas. Maybe you've heard of it.
Right.
Used to be a nightclub here on Guam.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
From Dallas, Texas to Brisbane, Australia. AAL7 embarked Saturday evening from Dallas, Fort Worth. Yeah, that's a long way. Touchdown early Monday morning. The flight was aboard, thankfully, a Boeing 787D Dreamliner.
Oh, that's fat.
Yeah, and covered 8,300 miles and took them over 16 hours to get there.
Oh, 16-hour flight.
Right. So here the whole
my back's hurting.
I'm not one of those guys that is great on record-breaking flying opportunities. opportunities. I consider it a stretch when I get on the Philippine Airlines or you know, 3.5 hours out to Manila or United with a 3.5 hour flight to Narita or Haneda, and I'm going, oh my God, this is taking forever. When are we going to land?
Clots.
Are we almost there yet?
Blood clots in my legs.
Clots, yeah, the bubbling up in my leg, and my back hurts, and I don't have a charge on my iPhone.
Are we there yet, Mom?
I dropped one of my ear pods under the chair. Can we go? I want to go on and just land. Any one of those little islands out there, go ahead and land on one of those. And I just, but
Stay calm, Ray.
There are people that get into that, right? That get into those long haul flights. I'm trying to remember the longest flight I was ever on. I think it was 1 year. I was doing a trade show someplace, and it linked me up. This is back in the Northwest days, and it linked me up to Minneapolis, which is interesting because not only was it the longest jump that I'd ever been on, because I had to go outside for a cigarette in Minneapolis. It was also the coldest I've ever been in my life.
Nicotine.
Yeah, but you gotta
nicotine.
have that nicotine, and so I went out there and lit the cigarette and wanted to build a small fire so I could be comfortable outside. I took 2 puffs, went back inside, and thought, okay, can I do this? Okay. There's one more puff and I'll be okay. Went back outside, lit it, hit it a couple more times. Went back on the inside of the terminal and thankfully then I got on the flight.
They didn't have like smoking lounges inside. They had to make you suffer outside.
This was you got to remember that there is only one thing that is more hated than a smoker, and especially at that time. But that's changed now. It used to be back in the old days the most hated person was a smoker. Apparently now it's vapors. Vapors aren't allowed. We don't want apparently there's a mass push down on the vapors. But anyway, I want to say it was I forget how long it was, like 14 hours or something from Minneapolis, and then they took me to Seoul. And then I thought, I've already been flying for like 14 hours, and I still got another 4 to go before I get home. That's why people ask me about, traveling. Is there any place in particular you want to go? Maybe someplace in the States that you want to see? And I'm like, no, there's a Disneyland in Japan and Hong Kong. There's a
Saipan over there.
Well, that was the other thing I was going to ask. Was that the 16-hour flight, 8,300 miles? Was that any more or less expensive than it is for us to go to Saipan? I'm just kind of curious. What's the number on something like that? What would that take? How much mileage would we need to dump into that to fly 8,300 miles in 16 hours? Anyway, 6:21 in the morning. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you on a Thursday. It is Thursday, Halloween, and you can tell we've got the Halloween decorations, and of course we're all wearing our Halloween costumes here on the broadcast this morning. The Darth Sith outfit that you're wearing right now, Real Joe, I can tell you spent a lot of time doing the makeup and everything, lightsabers,
a lot of research
all over the Joe studio, over there. Of course. And Donna D dressed up as Indiana Jones. You'll be able to see that on the camera.
I like it.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
She got and she got the hat and the whip, and then they got that little correspondent
Donna
bag.
the Explorer.
Absolutely fantastic. I love working in radio on Halloween. At any rate, so we got the Halloween thing and the All Souls Day, and I was I've always been saying that we ought to have Halloween on the last Saturday of October, and as it turns out now, this is going to be the closest thing to that because there's the All Souls Day holiday for tomorrow. And so we go from Halloween, and there's a lot of kids that aren't going to be having school tomorrow because of the All Souls Day holiday. For some people, this might be a great opportunity to just find some chores for the kids, because we didn't have that when we were growing up. Halloween, if it was on a weekday, bang, you go to school the next day. That's all there is to it. But now it looks like we got all these things for the kids and all these different ways we allow all the holidays and non-learning to take place. But we'll chew on that a little bit later on. Donna D is going to take care of news and headlines all morning. Did I already say Real Joe? Darth Sith is going to be answering the phone when you call it.
That's me.
888-8255.
Lightsaber at your service.
How about that? Take a look at the Bitcoin numbers as well. Record territory yesterday for about 20 minutes. 73,000 some. It looks like it might have drifted down a little bit this morning. Is this going to be the new dip? I don't know. I'll see if I can run into somebody and find out what some of the other big deals are that are going on. Do you feel like garbage? I gotta.
Of course.
Well,
just like Puerto Rico.
It's not a garbage can.
I feel just like garbage.
It's a garbage can. Anyways, I don't know. I completely blew that, but there's a couple of jokes floating around on the meme machine. So you got Trump. Who's distancing himself from, what's his name, Kill Larry or something like that, for comments that he made.
That unfunny comedian.
Dude, Jon Stewart thought it was funny. Jon Stewart thought it was funny.
He's got Alzheimer's, I bet.
I know.
Dementia.
But he made the point, asking Kill Larry to, who's a known roaster, to show up at an event and not roast. That would be like asking Beyonce to show up at a... Oh, wait a second. And that was the punchline on the Jon Stewart bit that I thought was absolutely hilarious and absolutely dead on. So anyway,
well, I'm Puerto Rican.
So there's I know. We got to call, what's his name?
I'm Puerto Rican. You're Puerto Rican.
Juan Carlos.
Juan Carlos
We should call
Benitez.
Juan Carlos and find out how he feels about that. I'm serious. Call him up. Put him on the list.
He's probably upset.
And find out where he is on all of that. And then, not to be outdone, Joe Biden. And we're all trying to figure this out. So Kamala Harris is at in the mall in Washington. She's giving her final argument speech to the people of the United States of America on why they need to vote for her. And somehow or another, all of a sudden, you got Joe Biden on a Zoom call somewhere saying that the only garbage that he saw were the Trump supporters, basically giving this Harris run for presidency that deplorable moment that Hillary Clinton basked in just before the election a few years ago. And I'm just wondering what was going through Joe's mind when he got on that Zoom call, when he said all of those things at the same time?
Mind,
so the theory, the conventional wisdom is that that Biden has still got enough going on upstairs to try to sock it to the Democrats one more time for having screwed him over. Remember, he was supposed to be the nominee for the presidency of the United States of America. But as it turns out later on, they gave it to Kamala Harris, who nobody voted for in any of the primaries across the country. And he might still be seething at that and might be doing some passive-aggressive moves.
Choices in the
to screw things over. Yeah, well, maybe they're going to take the L. It's to the degree that you trust numbers on the internet and trust research. We'll take a look at some of those in just a little bit. 6:26 in the morning. We got to take a quick break. We'll welcome all of the deplorables in just a moment. Be right back.
Fighting government corruption requires a collective effort, persistence, effective laws, and strong leadership. But most importantly, it requires your commitment and intolerance of corruption. When I introduced legislation to prevent individuals guilty of official misconduct from government employment, it faced strong opposition. But we needed to send a stronger message. Our government will no longer tolerate acts of official misconduct. No one should have the opportunity to betray the people's trust a second time. Let's take a stand against corruption and move our government in the right direction. Vote for Joanne Brown for Senator.
Paid for by the committee to elect Joanne Brown for Senator, Eleanor Borja Treasurer.
Connect and save with Docomo Pacific's unbeatable business mobile plans. Save up to $720 with unlimited talk, text, and data on the island's widest mobile network. Supercharge your connectivity with our data-to-go roaming and Wi-Fi hotspot services. Connect today and experience lightning-fast speeds that keep your business running smoothly. Discover more at business.docomopacific.com. Some conditions apply.
Off a day. I'm Phil Roberto, a small business owner and a proud supporter of Tina Rose Munoz Barnes. Tina is a staunch advocate for making Guam a business-friendly environment. She understands how laws and rules and regulations can have a positive and sometimes a negative impact on small businesses, its owners, its employees, and ultimately the customer. Tina understands that small businesses are the heart of Guam's economy. We need to keep Tina in leadership. She puts people before politics. This election, I humbly ask that you vote for Tina Rose Munoz Barnes.
I'm Tina Munoz Barnes, and I approve this message.
This time check is brought to you by Ginger Cruz for Congress. Now more than ever, Guam needs strength, experience, and intelligence in Congress. It's time for a leader. Vote Ginger Cruz.
Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Interesting survey at the University of Buffalo found that couples who smoke weed together have a significantly lower rate of fighting and lower rates of domestic violence. Is this one of those?
What does it say about diet?
Did you? What did, I don't actually have the thing on me. I'm just kind of
okay.
Is this? I wonder if they spent a lot
that's
of
the news I needed today.
Did they spend a lot of money on this survey here to find out? You know, hey baby, let's go smoke some marijuana and get like super mellow and tried to fight after that. Just give that a shot, and depending on which ones that you smoke, yeah. Depending on which ones you smoke, I mean, never. I'm just not gonna. They're too mellow to fight. Forget that. I'm going to sleep because I got that what is it? The sativa? Is that what it's called? Is that the one that makes you go to sleep?
Indica.
I
don't know.
Oh, Indica.
I have no idea.
Okay, yeah, neither do I, Joe. Neither do I. Oh, can we do an unboxing before we get to everything else?
What's unboxing?
Unboxing, yeah. I made an order from Amazon. Every once in a while, this will happen where I go, I got a bag from Amazon, and you go, what did I order from Amazon? No, I talked about this last week, and it's here. I was just so excited about this. Okay, the first they give me a bag, and inside the bag is another box. And I don't have anything to crack the seal on this one, so we'll go ahead and crack the seal on these guys right over here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
That's true, it's true. And this is the spot, ladies and gentlemen, where everybody knows your name. What have I got in here? There's, I thought I only ordered one, but there looks like there might be 4 of these in here.
Oh, yeah.
This is so I can share.
What is it?
I can share with my friends, Joe, or I can lose a whole bunch of them. It's the Backtrack Go keychain breathalyzer, ladies and gentlemen. Good.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. You
did this. We don't need the police anymore.
No,
we don't need you, Highway Patrol. We've got our own breathalyzers.
So you can You can easily estimate your alcohol level, stay safe, and consuming alcohol responsibly.
Yes, we can.
And the fun part, testing friends and family. This will be great. Joe, I think you're drunk. I'm not drunk.
I'm inviting you to all the parties.
Right on, yeah, because I got tools and technology to take care of all that. I'll explain a little bit later on why this was an important buy for me in the Amazon place. Anyway, 888-255-888-TALK. That's a telephone number on screen at number 1. I got to a hair late this morning, but it looks like Auntie Bennett Lohan Duenas beat everybody to the deal here. I got big man Rico Blancaflor online. Mark Mendiola.
Hey, Mark.
Could be kind of a Baba Yaga light if you think of it that way. Brennan Fausto online. And Leah Beth Nahaloa says, Maganda na maga po. Nice to see you there. Bandit is hanging out. Want you to vote for Ginger. I got Felix Bumba online. There's Sherry Iriarty and the Christine Oliver saying Happy Halloween. We're unching our way into Halloween with the Christine Oliver. Stephen Blake.
Real guy.
Absolutely.
Good morning, guy.
He's dressed up as Buzz Lightyear this morning. I don't have the picture, but I think that's what I can expect from him. I got Nick Perlowski doing his hoik out there, half a day. Big man Rico Blancaflor, and he's using the universal sign for no, the circle with the red line through it, and it says Fisher. And I'm going, what the hell? Why? What did... Show me on the doll. Where Tommy hurt you.
Show me on the Fisher doll.
Maybe it's because of a press release that went out yesterday. Senator Tom Fisher demands clarification on offensive remarks about Puerto Rico. Huh?
Oh, really?
You didn't get this. No, really. This is serious. It's serious. No, this is real. It's not a joke. It's a press release came out from Tom's office. Said this past Sunday, the Donald Trump campaign referred to our sister territory, Puerto Rico, as a, quote, floating pile of garbage. This statement has sparked outrage in the nation and serious concerns among residents of U.S. territories, including Guam, who feel that their contributions and cultural significance are disrespected.
Ouch.
Yeah. More on that a little bit later. later on. Joe D's online. Have a day to, let me see, Jerome McDonald, Zane Nauta. Have a day to Auntie Bennett. Like I said, there's Andy Trelai saying, good morning, ghouls and goblins. Bring a toothbrush tonight, he says. The Ken Augustine is online. Ali Malakas. Let me see, Bunker Menno says, Kahulu, and wishing a happy, nice day to Auntie Bennett. Scott K. Armstrong. Jesse Ninetti Aurelio Pareda. Buenas and off a day to Ken Augustine, if I didn't already say that name. Lori with a Y. Duenas, wishing everybody a happy Halloween week. Manny and Ning Rages with their best wishes for a great morning. I see Jerome McDonald says, there is no more joy for Kamala Harris after hearing Joe Biden addressed to the media saying Trump supporters are all garbage. That was the last blow for Harris. Trump actually told his supporters to forgive Biden, for he does not know what he's saying.
Huh?
Amazing.
Really?
The guy, what a big heart. What a big heart the guy has. And then there's actual outrage on the Twitterverse. As the New York Times, I believe, writes, Biden appears to insult Trump supporters as garbage, but quickly tries to clarify. In a posting on social media, President Biden said he was talking about racist language, not Trump supporters.
Oh.
Not Trump
No,
supporters.
not you guys.
Biden on Tuesday denounced racist language at a former President Donald Trump's recent rally, but, quote, appeared to insult Trump supporters as garbage, prompting waves of criticism from Republicans. The White House objected to that interpretation of the president's remarks, arguing that he was instead describing the racist language as garbage, not Trump supporters.
Doesn't Bill Gates
but
own
the
that
words
rag?
that actually came out of his mouth. I mean, you can watch the
that
thing
station?
on the television. And anyway, the comments came as Mr. Biden was addressing Latino supporters by video just the other day. A speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage, Mr. Biden said, referring to a riff by Tony Hinchcliffe, a comedian and Trump supporter who spoke at the rally at Madison Square Garden on Sunday. Mr. Biden said Puerto Ricans are good, decent, honorable people, and went on, the only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
Like a Puerto Rican.
His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable and it's un-American. So I'm looking at it going, the only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. How
So
can
wait a
that be
minute.
How is it possible that phrase, that sentence could be misinterpreted?
Yeah.
I know I'm not garbage.
But they
anyway.
can vote, right, Ray?
Who's that?
The Puerto Ricans.
No.
They can't vote?
No.
Oh.
No.
All right.
That's
a bunch of garbage.
That's what I was saying. If you got to pick on somebody, pick on young people because they can't vote. Anybody under 18, garbage. Anyway, Aditya Camarillo online. EOD Kaboom online. What do we know about EOD wives?
Hot wives.
Absolutely. Bill Frotton is there. And I keep waiting for EOD to say, no, that's actually not true.
No, man.
No.
No, he'll never do it.
But he's always standing on our statements as
10
fact. I love
toes
that.
in.
Alicia Duenas Anderson online. What's that? Joe Cruz. Remember the poop in the burning bag trick? Good morning, beautiful, says Joe. Did you ever do that?
No.
You
put poop in a brown paper bag.
Yes. And then you light it on fire and ring
you
the
knock on
doorbell.
Yeah. And you run.
Yeah, well, you can do it anytime. It's not, it's not exclusively to Halloween. I think there's more of that thing going on during Halloween, but you don't have to do it. And then the owner will come out and see this burning thing on his porch. Yes,
stomp it out,
and he'll stomp it out, and then
It's
have
just a
to smell his
cautionary
shoes.
tale.
It is. B-Man, wait. I've got a Dennis Lang on the line.
Hey, Mr. Lang.
That's Boonies, the Boonies guy. Okay,
Hey,
gotcha.
the
Happy
Boonies
Halloween.
guy.
Live music tonight, 8 to 11. Costume contest, candy, food, and games. Boonies tonight. Duck pin bowling lanes are now on island. Hope to have them up in a month.
Yeah, that guy's cool, man.
I got to check the place out. I believe it, I have not had a chance to go in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
did
headed there
once.
one night, and there was an emergency, and I had to back out. And every time I'm there, I realize, oh my God, it's not 5 o'clock yet. So I gotta
It's
work
not
it out
happening then.
till I get in there. Chris Frank's online.
Morning, brother.
Let me see. Anthony Bennett on is Ken Augustin, Joe Takai, waking up his Woostig neighbors.
What's up, Woostig?
T. Wayne Santos and Keenan McCausland saying, "Let's go Yankees." You see that dust up at the game yesterday?
I did. It was
where the guy went and he caught it with his glove.
Yeah.
And his arm was up here, and a couple of thugs now reached down and tried to grab it from his hand, and actually did end up grabbing it from the hand.
It's the economy.
It is the economy, man. Lori with the wide dueña saying, good morning, Ken. Steve Love is on the line.
Oh, Mr. Love.
He was looking at that episode saying, I would let them grab my hands. I would let them grab all kinds of pieces of me. All right, buddy, see you at the race. I got Wet Roey online. Auntie Lulu Nai is online. So is Steve Amagwin. Cousin Teddy is there. I got Ursula Franquez Guerrero. Buenos and Hoffaday. B-Man Dennis Larson saying, good morning, Ray. RJC and Double D enjoying a lot of press that he's got as as part of his mission to recolonize, resettle Guam-based bees as we begin our initial takeover of the island of Tinian in the CNMI.
Congrats, man.
They're not really bees. They're spy drones that we've put up there in Tinian.
We're watching you, Tinian.
We'll keep an eye on it, and when nobody's looking and when everybody's asleep, we'll go and take the place over. What do you say?
Yeah, I'm in.
You're in?
Yeah,
that's
I got a bunch of Chinese boaters. We'll come right over.
We ride at dawn. Ben Servino saying, good morning, Ray and Point Familia Biba to Sabrina Salas Montanani, Frank Blas Jr., Bistro Rusinova Mendiola, and all the other Republican candidates. You're going to get in trouble because you didn't name them all. Stephen Liz. Halloween's origins can be traced back to the ancient Celtic festival known as Samhain, which was held November 1st in contemporary calendars, believed that on that day, the souls of the dead returned to their homes, so people dressed up in costumes and lit bonfires to ward off all of those spirits. Well, I appreciate the history lesson.
That's why we wear the skimpy clothes.
Exactly. That's why some women dress up as total prostitutes. Okay, I got it. Joanne Messier says, Manana Siduas Todos Amzo. Keena McCausland says, pray for my Yankees game number 5. Pat Saho's there. Tattoo Sean at Fujikawa Stickles is up and has her first cup of coffee in there. Tony and Annette on Pinko Anna. You know, Real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last of Tony and
He never left.
Simon Sanchez.
Uncle Simon.
Telling everybody to have a great Thursday, Point Familia. Off to Saipan today to deal with their energy crisis. They have prepared the mistakes. They have prepared the mistakes we made decades ago and now must start the long road to recovery by making better decisions going forward. Good advice there, Si. Heather Perez is online. What's that? Dwayne says, if somebody will be at GRMC today, a Halloween treat will do. A few slices of Little Caesars pizza. Any kind, DM me for room number. Oh, Dwayne,
They inspect the food, though.
What?
They do.
Yeah, they take a bite.
Mm-hmm.
They take a bite out of it.
Oh, that's all. Enough to share. That's enough to. You gotta disguise it. You gotta disguise it. You gotta bring it in as something that nobody ever recognized. Wrap it. You get the Little Caesars pizza, and then you put like a baby in it, and then you fold it up like a little baby.
You hide it in a baby.
Exactly, and smuggle a baby in for all of that. Let me see. Rob Greeno online. Where else is Brendan Fausto? Roland Torres. Brittany Tollefson is online.
Good morning,
I was going to say she's back online because I didn't see her yesterday.
No.
Is it bad that I'm like, wait a second, I haven't seen her. I didn't see the other one.
Start to worry.
No, it's
welfare check.
There's a stalker in me. Anyways, good to see you there, Britt. I know that she just had a recent hatching of little baby chickens.
Chickens or quails?
Good question. Nate Horn is online. Bunker Meadow says 16 hours is the longest I've been on 3 times in my life. Talking about long airplane rides.
Oh, my God.
Randy Landis there. Joe Takai, vote for me. Woostig Mayor. Dave Duenas, as we pay our respect to our loved ones who have passed before us, we honor their memories on All Souls Day, November the 2nd. Oh, and he's included in that blurb the scheduling for all of the masses. Very handy, Dave. Thanks. Francis Duffy is there. Auntie Bennett, like I said, B-Man Dennis Larson. Cause after they smoke, they can't be asked. Interesting. Okay, we'll work on that later. But 40 years married, says Dennis Larson. Is it an anniversary that I managed to skip over? What happened? 40, I don't know. Good morning. Cecile Bombasuda says, have a safe and fun Halloween all. Check out Father Duenas Memorial's Halloween night. They got a thing going on?
I don't know, man.
All right. KLB Guame, Richard Arroyo. Hey, soon to be mayor, right?
Hi, good morning, Prim.
Don't boo, vote. And the Christine, everybody's wishing everybody a happy Halloween. Christopher Hunt online says, good morning. I have 2 backtrack. Oh, you do? Is that the same one as I've got? Yeah. So Christopher Hunt says he's got 2 of these things.
Oh, wow, we can be friends.
Absolutely. We should make a club. We'll have jackets and patches and stickers for the car.
You're in, dude.
John Harold Manglotnia Napati. Tom Tanner says, good try on the wordplay. Everybody has to interpret what Chump says every time. I love Magateers in the morning. MAGA. Tom, you know what? We got the two Toms.
Oh, Tom, you got us.
There's two Toms with Trump
wounded.
derangement syndrome. There's always more. Glenn Salunga and cousin Bob O'Malley, good to see you there. Gina Augustin saying good morning to everybody. Johnny at Two Light Tight to know. Vic Hamling and plenty more. This is
morning,
awesome.
Vic.
Good to have everybody hanging out. Just a quick gander at the YouTube side. YouTube has got just as many, if not more, people on it, but they're quieter for some reason. I don't know what the deal is.
Softer.
I'm not saying they're less social, but they certainly are a little bit less quiet. Tommy Napathy over here.
Welcome to the channel.
There's MP Ogo. I think there's serious side chats going on the YouTube side that I'm just not mature enough to be a part of. Tattoo Sean Gubatau saying good morning from Telefofo. Peter Tureen saying good morning, gang. Good to see you there, French. And there's Jay Rojas over here.
JJ, happy birthday to you. JJ, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
I got new instructions from Lisa Greeno. Says, good morning, everyone. Excited for another fun-filled, lots of giggles, smooth, intelligent, cutesy, professional, ball-busting, mindful, and demure day with the Ray Gibson Show. I don't know if we've got a sound effect for that, but Joe will look. John Savar's hanging out. There's Walter Gray, et cetera, et cetera. Thanks very much, everybody.
Morning, Jonathan.
As I said, lots to talk about here today, but let's start with me. It started as a funny meme that I saw on TikTok. His old man, and he's had a big smile on his face. He says, "I finally figured it out. I finally figured it out." So everybody wants to drink. Nobody wants to drink to excess, right? And you always want to be at like right there in the zone. And you got to agree, whether you're smoking marijuana or drinking beer or wine or whatever, there is a moment where you go, "Okay, this is it, everybody. Oh my God." Oh, my God. I'm in that zone. I'm in that super happy place.
I mean, the sweet spot.
Yeah. So any less beer, it goes away. Any more beer, then you're just drunk. So he said what he thought he would do, and I want to test this theory out, is that you find out where that sweet spot is, then you blow into the breathalyzer, and then find out what that point whatever is, and then just try to maintain that through the day and through the night, right? And the cool thing is, nobody needs to know it's a breathalyzer except the thousands and thousands of people that listen to this broadcaster. Everybody will just think it's a vape that doesn't actually make smoke. I'll just put it up there and make it look like I'm. Yeah. Oh, dude, I can perpetrate a vapor. Because, like I said,
what's the legal limit though?
On Guam?
Yeah.
Joe, what's the legal limit?
Yeah, Joe.
He's
got 0.08.
1.08.
It's 0.08.
Yeah. So we should.
I believe the BAC. I could be wrong. I don't know, man.
We need to find out if I'm going to, effectively use this.
But don't drink and drive.
No, never. No. I'm just saying. You know what? I'm in my backyard. You're right. Yeah. When I'm going through, or otherwise at work. Anyway, 6:46 in the morning. There are plenty to get to as the program moves along, and we'll start moving along after these. Rise. Oh wait. Oh wait. We got to do the thing.
Yeah, we got. Nah,
holy crap! Look at the time.
That's who hired Donna for that.
Donna D with news and headlines now.
Police are still searching for a...
Check my BAC now.
Yeah, what you drank, dude. Police are still searching for a hit-and-run driver who left 36-year-old Sheila Babauta critically injured in Asan 2 weeks ago. Babauta remains in the hospital. Police urge anyone with information to come forward. The investigation has yet to produce new leads, and authorities need the public's help. And Guam residents will receive over $450,000 in a settlement with Tempo. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau announced this following unfair practices related to hidden fees and financing agreements. The total settlement is $191 million for customers nationwide. Residents who used Tempo financing from 2015 to 2022 should contact the CFPB at 855-411-2372 for potential compensation. And Bank of Hawaii has donated $6,000 to USO Guam, continuing a partnership of over 10 years. This support helps USO Guam provide essential services to military families across Anderson Air Force Base, Naval Base Guam, and Tumon Bay. USO Guam Area Director J. Dean Lujan praised the bank's dedication to Guam's service members who recorded over 90,000 center visits last year. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Always got to do shouts to the volunteers and the gazillions of supporters that the USO show has in this town make themselves known once or twice a year, but absolutely the salt of the earth. 6:48 on the Ray Gibson Show. We'll come back with the weather and all kinds of other stuff after these.
Now available at GTA. iPhone 16. Hello, Apple Intelligence. iPhone 16 now features Apple Intelligence, the personal intelligence system that helps you write, express yourself, and get things done effortlessly. For a limited time, when you purchase iPhone 16, get a free $300 Visa gift card and a power accessories bundle with any new unlimited wireless plan on device installment. That's a value of $450. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information. GTA, we start with you.
From roaming the streets of Dededo as a teenager to serving as a non-commissioned officer on a mission in Iraq, and now teaching in our schools, this journey has taught me a crucial lesson. It's not just about speaking, it's about listening, to truly understand, not just to respond. Our legislature needs leaders who listen. I want to hear your concerns, understand your needs, and work together to create positive change for our island. My name is Vince Borja, and I'm asking for your vote this election. Together, we can make Guam a better place. My name is Vince Borja, and I approve this message.
Happy day! I'm Jessie Sky Lujan. My dad, Senator Jesse Lujan, is running for re-election as your senator. He's dedicated to serving the people of Guam. Please vote for my dad, Senator Jesse Lujan. Thank you. Si Juus Maasi. Maraming salamat po.
I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan, and I approve this message.
See Nissan Guam first. With affordable options like the stylish Nissan Versa sedan and the street-savvy Kicks crossover, you'll love the wallet-friendly fuel efficiency and the smart versatility. Available Apple CarPlay and Android Auto integration makes sure you're always connected. With easy financing and low monthly payments, we make it easy to drive away in the perfect Nissan for you. Ask about our exclusive first-time buyers program. Stop by for a test drive and get pre-qualified for financing at NissanGuam.com today.
Oh, wait. I was just putting, there's a T-shirt that's from When, that she sent in this morning. It says, trick or speech. Because she's a speech therapist.
Yeah.
You get it?
Nice.
You get no,
like
you don't. I need you to put it on. And you know how I like them. 6:50 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Let me switch from there into the traffic map and find out if there's any Halloween traffic going on the roadways now. Tricks or treats on the road. Don't see anything right now. Tiny bit of traffic up at the front gate of Anderson Air Force Base, and then you make your way, you zoom all the way down into Dededo, and no major problems through there. The usual traffic up around Ukadu, and tiny bit of traffic right around where it looks like where the farmers market is up in Dededo. Once you get past that, intersection 1 and 3 is running fairly clear. Then it's just intersection traffic from there through Upper Tumon into the Tumuning area. Don't see anything over by JFK and Kmart just yet. Dwayne Santos, I'll work on it. He says, does not have to be a large order. A small personal-sized pizza will do. Treat, no tricks. Dwayne Santos, and DM him for the room information over at Guam Regional Medical City. And maybe you can bribe, maybe you ought to get 2 pizzas and use one to bribe the nurse to bring it up to you. Let me see. Marine Corps Drive from K Marks all the way through Donkey Village and more is looking good. So it should be a straight shot into Ganya from there. Route 8 is looking all right. Route 4 starting to busy up in the usual spots. Route 10 is busying up in their usual spots over by the church and by all of the schools. There it is. News, weather, traffic together. It's all right here on 93.3. This is The Point.
I know what it takes to be a non-voting delegate in the U.S. Congress. I know that it requires intelligence, ideas, and how to take advantage, not just of relationships, but of situations and conditions. In Washington, D.C., it isn't who you know, it is how you are known. Ginger Cruz is already known in Washington, D.C. from her previous service in the executive branch, in housing and the Department of Defense. She is known to be persuasive and clear-thinking. With her, we have a candidate who has plans, someone who knows how to navigate the Pentagon, not just Nimitz Hill. You know these 2 candidates. Who do you think can be a people-focused leader who will protect your interests? Forceful leadership is needed in these times, and this is the time for Ginger Cruz.
I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this message, and I humbly ask for your vote.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. Dollar soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft Lemonades. Not valid in a combo.
At Guam Regional Medical City, we strive to care for our patients as we would our family members. With a team of interventional cardiologists, GRMC provides advanced care treatments for heart failure and heart attacks, coronary artery diseases, atrial fibrillation, and more. Let us care for your heart, one beat at a time. To make an appointment, contact GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 633-4762.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of salt, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Little soggy this morning, but it might heat up a little bit later on. The weather report calls for a heat index of about 96 degrees later. So swing by Off Aloha. You can find them in the W compound in what used to be the Cowboy Ninja. And go and check them out. Soft serve ice cream. Soft serve ice cream. They got the regular and they got the pineapple, and then they can swirl it up for you. They got breezes. Your favorite smoothies with all kinds of real fruit that goes on the inside. Pineapples, mangoes, dragon fruit, and acai. And then there's spirulina. Okay, so I'm not Mr. Smoothie Ingredient guy on the radio. Is there anybody that has an inkling of what spirulina might be?
I think that's an artificial sweetener.
Could you take a
healthier sweetener,
like a dried version of it, and roll it up in like a little cigarette and smoke it?
It's probably better than sugar.
Kind of. Well, I'd like to know. I'd like to know a little bit more. 6:55 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. There was an interesting juxtaposition of stories as I was looking at my Guam feed yesterday, and I forgot to bring it up here. One of them was this very triumphant story that comes from the Pacific Island Times that says the Air Force reassures Guam it can sleep well at night. Guam can rest assured that the U.S. Defense Force can shield the island from any threats. An Air Force official said, noting that the airmen of Anderson Air Force Base are being prepared for their roles in pacing military operations. That sounds like a quote from General Moss, right?
It does.
The U.S. military has been beefing up its combat readiness on Guam, increasing its defense drills amid growing concerns over the possibility of a conflict in the Indo-Pacific region. At any rate, so on my Guam feed, that was the top story. It's like Air Force official assures Guam it can sleep well at night. And that was followed almost immediately, like one more story down by this story. China rapidly expands DF-26 ballistic missile launch capability, hailed as a biggest threat ever to Guam. Their stockpile of DF-26 intermediate-range ballistic missiles has grown substantially, with new satellite imagery capturing nearly 60 new launchers at a prominent Beijing-based production site, a synthetic aperture radar image. God, I love that. There's people right now. They're becoming mentally aroused as I use these military buzzwords.
It is early in the morning.
A synthetic aperture radar image taken on September 9th by Umbra reveals 59 DF-26 transport erector launchers stationed in a newly developed staging area at the Beijing Jingshang Electromechanical Equipment Factory. Janes made the analysis. Reports based on commercial imagery indicate the factory has assembled at least 72 of these DF-26s since the previous deliveries to the PLA in 2021. The newly produced TELs, again, the E stands for erector, could support up to 2 fully equipped 36 TEL brigades, significantly bolstering China's military force. So I'm assuming the base commander's got one of these THAAD things, like in the backyard at his little flag circle.
Absolutely,
that's what
man.
I'm thinking. Okay, one of these
sleep great at night.
There's plenty of stories like that, and the crazy thing is, you never really hear a lot of these stories in the local media. You know, they're covering is like whenever you take a look in some of the newspapers, and they're gung-ho Marines over what's going on out in Ukraine with the Russians and out of the North Koreans out there, and conversations about what's going on between Israel and virtually everyone within a 200-mile radius. That gets a whole lot bigger play as opposed to some of the things that we really need to be aware of here on Guam. The nature of the defensive systems that are going up, and there are EISs that'll start taking place early in the next month. But there's other stories like the ones that I'd stockpiled over a couple of days, where they're talking about their new stealth bomber. That's not our new stealth bomber. It's China's new stealth bomber, which they say is a rather big deal. It looks just like ours. They stole, I guarantee they stole the plan.
They copied it.
Like something out of a James Bond movie.
But
where
it's made in China.
So,
there's that.
So's my phone and certain shoes. 6:58 and change. I got to get to the bottom of this. I was going back to the Tom Fisher demanding clarification on offensive remarks about Puerto Rico. What was that? What was that his T-shirt said that time that they wanted to kick him out of the legislature? Ask Tello, she'll remember.
Yeah.
U.S. territories from Puerto Rico to Guam are vital to our nation's identity, strength, and diversity. Such remarks are not only offensive to the people of Puerto Rico, but also raise questions about how the Trump campaign and those who we support view, or those who support it, view Guam.
Despacito?
I can ask my sister Shelley, who knows everybody in the Trump campaign, and
we know all the Puerto Ricans.
Like everyone loves Shelley. When they know that Shelley's coming to a convention or one of these little Trumpy get-togethers that they have out there, everybody gets crazy excited because they know that Shelley is the life of the party. Because Shelley will come up there and she'll just say, "Kamikaze shots for everybody, everybody, even you, Donald. You got to take one, Donald. Just one, just a sip, but you got to take one." And so yeah, Shelley knows it. Trust me, if there's anybody that knows what the folks in Trump campaign think about Guam, it will be her. And trust me, somebody's told Trump that Guam is actually a part of the United States. I think the guy was Eddie Jerome Bozacalvo. We got a breakaway. Got Fox News Live coming up in seconds. I'm going to read the instructions that come with my breathalyzer. We'll spend a little bit of time talking about euphoric feelings. Is it too early for that? What's the E in that TEL stand for again? Never mind. It's time for Fox News on the Point.
Dueling rallies in battleground states. Lisa Brady, Fox News. Vice President Kamala Harris now in Pennsylvania, her second rally of the day.
I pledge to you that as President of the United States, I will not be looking to score political points. I will be looking to make progress.
Earlier, again, calling former President Trump unstable and consumed by grievances as they both rallied in North Carolina, where Trump defended his supporters.
Former President Trump addressed the same things he often mentions: inflation, immigration, crime. But he said he wanted to respond to President Biden, calling his supporters garbage.
And you can't be president if you hate the American people. And there's a lot of hatred there.
He said when it comes to him being called a Nazi or Hitler, he thinks about what his father would think.
But he's looking down. He said, "Can you imagine? That's what they're calling my son." I told him for years, literally never use the term Nazi or Hitler. Now they're using it on us. It's unbelievable.
He said while inflation's been terrible, he thinks a more important issue motivating voters should be and is immigration and the border.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. President Biden has since said the garbage remark was referring to hateful rhetoric used by a comedian at a Trump rally over the weekend. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin calls it a win for common sense after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that more than 1,600 people removed from voter rolls as suspected non-citizens can stay off.
Youngkin took them off after signing an executive order in early August. The Justice Department sued, saying he violated federal law, and many of those taken off the rolls were indeed U.S. citizens, but skipped over a box on a driver's license form at the DMV by mistake or became citizens after filling out the form. The court was not persuaded.
Fox's David Spunt. Those who want to attest citizenship can still use same-day registration and a provisional ballot in Virginia. America is listening to Fox News.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825, extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic, our island, your clinic.
A jury just seated in New York to hear the subway chokehold case against Daniel Penny, charged with second-degree manslaughter and negligent homicide in the death of Jordan Neely, who witnesses say was shouting at other subway passengers when he was pinned down and died. Penny says he was trying to subdue Neely until help arrived, not kill him. A Florida teenager is in trouble, accused of threatening voters near Jacksonville.
Police in Neptune Beach, Florida, arrested 18-year-old Caleb Williams after he was identified as the man waving a 23-inch machete over the heads of voters in line waiting to vote. Police Chief Michael Key says this isn't a First Amendment issue.
The moment you move to violence, that goes out the window. And to say I'm disturbed is an understatement. I'm mad.
Williams was with a group of people waving MAGA flags. Police found the machete in a truck where he was standing.
Fox's Evan Brown. Records from the sheriff's office show Williams facing multiple counts, including aggravated assault and improper exhibition of a dangerous weapon. Game 5 of the World Series tonight in New York. The LA Dodgers still one win away from the title, up 3-1 on the Yankees, who got their first win last night. Marvel is looking ahead to next year.
Marvel Studios revealed its full 2025 slate in a sizzle reel released on X, formerly Twitter. It includes first looks for Daredevil, Born Again, Ironheart, the animated series, Eyes of Wakanda, and Marvel Zombies, as well as an extended look at Wonder Man.
Simon Williams, reading for Wonder Man.
Fans will note that in the comic Wonder Man, the character was originally a supervillain who was later revived by Kang and joined the ranks of the Avengers and the West Coast Avengers. The studio also announced the third and final season of What If, the animated series that explores the multiverse for alternative storylines for familiar characters.
Fox's Michelle Polino. Stocks finished lower, the Dow dropping about 91 points. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Breaking news, Guam! KFC is bringing you a deal that'll make you say wow every day. For just $25, you get 10 pieces of KFC's famous original recipe chicken, plus 2 large red rice. This is the wow moment you've been waiting for. That's right, no more waiting for a special day. This deal is available every day of the week. Feed the family, treat yourself, and enjoy KFC's famous fried chicken and red rice combo for just $25. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Half a day. I'm Carl Gutierrez. I was Speaker for 4 years and Governor for 8. And I'm proud to endorse Ginger Cruz for Congress because she has the experience, strength, know-how, and network to get the job done for Guam. As my policy advisor and communications advisor, Ginger was instrumental in driving our island's unprecedented growth. Her tireless dedication to the people of Guam was unmatched. And after her time at Adelup, she took her talents to Washington, D.C.
I think in my testimony, I talked about stabilization and reconstruction environments being...
working at the highest levels of the federal government. I know her love for our island, her deep belief that my fellow veterans are an abiding priority, and I know we can trust her with our future. Join me, vote for Ginger Cruz for Congress. Si Juus Maarsley.
I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this message, and I humbly ask for your vote.
Super fast, super smart, and super affordable. The iPhone 16 family is now available at IT&E. Get the iPhone 16 and infinite data for less than $65 a month on the device payment plan. See what Apple Intelligence can do on the widest network in Guam and the Marianas. Whether you're renewing your plan or a new subscriber, head to any IT&E store today. IT&E, connections that matter.
I'm Tony Ada. I passed the Castle Doctrine and Home Invasion Law to protect Guam's families. So like you, it angers me when I see these career criminals smiling in their mugshots because they're more protected than the victim. No more. I will introduce the Take Charge Act to take away the keys from these violent offenders and keep drugs off our streets. But I need your vote. Please remember me, Tony Ada, number 2 on the ballot. Si Juus Maasi, maraming salamat po, and thank you.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. Dollar soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft Lemonades. Not valid in a combo.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Today it's 7:08. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. Ricky Jr. Kitsutsu faces life in prison after pleading guilty in a case in which he's accused of attempting to have sex with an undercover investigator posing as a minor on social media. The charges stem from an online undercover operation conducted by Air Force in May. The agent pretended to be a 13-year-old girl named Charlotte. Kitsutsu relayed that he was on Whisper for fun and began having sexual conversations. He arranged to meet at the Anderson Air Force Base Visitor Center, where special agents arrested him. He will be sentenced in January. 4 other men, Raymond Tamid, Richard Solang, Joshua Usana, and Michael Lee Turner were also arrested this year for similar charges. Meanwhile, trial begins for 3 individuals charged with drug trafficking. Johnny Matthew Akfaji, Rogelio Marquez Jr., and Yolanda Megofnia are facing charges of possession with intent to distribute meth. They were arrested in August during a traffic stop for an expired registration tag. Police found several bags of meth in their vehicle, weighing a total of 23.21 grams. Ekfaji, Magofnia, and Marquez also had cash on hand at the time of their arrest. Jury selection was set to take place yesterday afternoon. More news after this.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
In a forum hosted by the Guam Chamber of Commerce, delegate candidates Jim Moylan and Ginger Cruz debated issues critical to Guam's future. Cruz emphasized supporting workforce growth by expanding child care and elder care programs. Moylan focused on local education, especially in STEM and healthcare, to retain Guam's workforce. On tourism recovery, Cruz called for more investment in local villages to attract independent travelers, while Moylan proposed a Philippine visa waiver to boost visitor numbers. The candidates also discussed education, public transportation, and economic diversification. The general election is 5 days away. And GPA collected over 2,800 food items for the Salvation Army and more than 600 toys for the alley shelter as part of its Public Power Week efforts. GPA employees organized the month-long drive, gathering essentials like canned meats and dry goods for families in need. Toys such as dolls, puzzles, and sports equipment were also donated to bring holiday joy to children at the alley shelter. GPA General Manager John Beneventi praised the teamwork of GPA employees, GWA staff, and community supporters. He urges residents to continue contributing to local nonprofits as the holiday season approaches. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Oh, I got to do the weather? I'm sorry. I found this heartwarming meme and I put it up on the screen, and it's a beautiful piece. It says, just in case no one has told you today, I am beautiful.
Aww.
Isolated showers, mostly sunny skies. Daytime highs near 87 degrees. Light east winds becoming east-northeast, 6 to 11 miles an hour in the morning if you're going to be flying a kite. Partly cloudy in the forecast with overnight lows of about 77 tonight. Looks like the same thing for tomorrow, but what's tomorrow again? I forgot.
Friday.
It's Friday tomorrow. Partly sunny in the forecast. Daytime high should be about 86 degrees. Partly sunny in the forecast for Saturday as well, with daytime highs of about 86 degrees. We're gonna have some stop and go weather. It will be fair. It won't. I don't know if it's gonna be like mostly cloudy or mostly sunny, but I got a feeling that tonight and maybe into the weekend, some great opportunities for grill marks. With a heat index, like I said, 96 degrees, 30% chance of rain today, and sunrise was at 6:15. Got some great sunrise pictures up from Jeff over at Pirate Pirates Cove. And do I have the happy 3-day weekend sunrise from the other parts of Telefofo around First Beach? Absolutely. Thank you, Alicia, for sending that in. Gorgeous sunrise. Means it's going to be a gorgeous day today. Sunset tonight should be about 5:54. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
Nissan Guam is looking for first-time car buyers. See Nissan first and get our best prices and easy financing without a cosigner. Get a brand new Versa as low as $143 per paycheck. Sentra as low as $161 per paycheck. The Kicks as low as $164 per paycheck. And the Frontier as low as $239 per paycheck. Pre-qualify for financing at NissanGuam.com today. Some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Half a day. My name is Anthony Chargloff, Mayor of Inalahan. I'm reaching out to all my family and friends to please come out and vote. Help support Tony Ada for Senator. Tony Ada has helped Inalahan. He was a board member of the Menengo Memorial Foundation, and he, along with the other board members, approved and helped build the Inalahan Memorial, in which Inalahan people are always going to be forever grateful. While Tony was in office, he had passed notable bills. Please come out and support Tony Ada for Senator.
I'm Tony Ada, and I approve this message.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA, or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Gotcha. Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and Kim and Ron over at Security Title. Gonna buy a house this year. Come on, take that Bitcoin money and put it into a real investment. Put it into a house that you can get. Boy, I saw a house for sales like $1.5 million. And the crazy thing is, didn't look too much different than the house that I live in. Crazy stuff here, but still within the realm of affordability for some people. Maybe not. But if you've got that dream, you've got that desire, just make sure that it goes smoothly. You work it out with the real estate agent, you work it out with the owner, and then you work it out with Kim and Ron at Security Title.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Are you sleeping well? Is there anything bothering you? Are you in the midst of anxiety? Is it being brought on by our local election? Are you staying up at night, and thinking about that early ballot that you cast, going, why didn't I wait? Why didn't I wait until Ray Gibson, like Ray Gibson said, wait until the actual day of the election, because there could always be something like an October surprise. There's at least one or two people over at the legislature, I guarantee, that it probably ticks you off in the last week or so, and you're like, can I get Maria Pangolin? Yes, I just need her to dig in and see if she can find that ballot I dropped off over at the West. I need it back. Just a couple of changes, and then you can have it back. That's all I'm saying. There's or maybe it's the anxiety over what's going to be happening in the presidential election, and there's already claims. I mean, some of this I had yesterday, some of it I've got today. I'm seeing more of this kind of thing here. Concerns about the possibilities of some kind of great insurrection, and how people in Washington, D.C. are bracing themselves because the fear that there might be protests from lots and lots of people, no matter who wins, that will be taking themselves into the streets of Washington, D.C. Can you imagine if Kamala loses? All the BLM and Antifa and all of the coconut heads are going to go out there and start smashing things again. Can you imagine what happens if Trump loses? And you get the guy with the cow hat. Remember him? What is he in jail? Did he go to jail?
He did for a little bit. I think they let him out.
Oh, who is it that there was a guy?
Buffalo guy.
There was believe it or not, there was one of the guys in Bob's Burgers, the TV show Bob's Burgers. Yeah. So the cartoon. There's a guy from Bob's Burgers that was actually arrested and was sent to jail for a year.
for being a part of the insurrection. Bob's Burgers actor Jay Johnson has been sentenced to a year and 1 day in federal prison for his involvement in January the 6th. This guy, and he plays an important role in the show. I'm just saying that no one is safe from these lefting guys. But I'm seeing more stories like this, and I don't quite know what to do about them. Home prep emergency. What you need to last 2 weeks in an emergency. Now, what causes that emergency? I don't know. I subscribe to a newsletter.
Bullets and beans.
First of all, I subscribe to a number of newsletters. It's a way I like to think that I can be a well-rounded individual of your media community and ensure that at any given time that you tune in, I might be talking about something that is meaningful, something that is relevant to you. And so I subscribe to a newsletter called Ask a Prepper. Ask a Prepper. And the preppers, as you might imagine, they're sending out bonus editions these days. What to do? Silicon Valley billionaires, a few Fortune 500 companies, and 50% of Americans, what do they have in common? They all believe civil war is coming to America. But no one is prepared for what 2025 will bring. When social chaos runs the streets, you need to do 5 things to protect your family. And then it goes on a thing where you click a link and it takes you into how to survive an American Civil War 2.0. Discover why your survival kit needs a few heavy-duty garbage bags. Well, the answer, you don't know? Not the thin ones, the heavy-duty ones, the construction grade.
Yeah.
They cost more over at Home Depot, but they're super, super worth it. Yeah, they're absolutely solid. Anyway, it's always good to have those things around. That's for lugging around the bodies. How not to use a flashlight during civil unrest. What to do when you encounter a roadblock during a riot. Oh, that's easy. Run them over. Just run them over. That's why the Frontier that I got is so much clearance on it. So you'll feel it. It'll be bumpy. You won't feel all of it, because it's got great suspension.
It depends, man.
But you'll feel a little. Just what type of clothing you should avoid using during civil unrest. One item more valuable than gold during the Civil War, and it's not food. See, now you're curious. Now you want to go to the Ask a Prepper website and find out what it's all about. I guarantee that before the end of the day, there will be at least 150 new subscribers from Guam just for listening to all of that stuff. Why are we seeing things like that? There's a couple of other stories along the same lines and I'm not sure if it's just, hey, reporting out on this as a courtesy, or what I'm like to refer to anymore as pre-gaslighting of what the events are going to look like post-election here in the United States of America and in Washington, D.C. 7:19 in the morning. Haven't had a chance to take a real good look at what's been going on in the markets over the last couple of days. Might as well do it now. We've got Visa, Amex, Merck & Company, Amazon, and Boeing rounding out the top of the Dow. But I haven't told you how the Dow managed to do today. Stand by. Let me do a couple of clicks over here. The Dow is actually off by almost 100 points. What happened? I don't know. There should be some earnings numbers and some other employment figures that are supposed to be coming out now. S&P 500 down by 20. I got the NASDAQ off by 104. Big loser for the day. We'll double check on them. Like I said, Dow off by about 90 points. FTSE is down by 60. Nikkei picked up 373. It's a nice day in Tokyo. Hang Seng off by 320. And Shanghai index is off by just 20. Let me see if the DAX did anything. DAX is down by 220. World markets are definitely mixed here this morning. As I said, NASDAQ is the biggest loser, led down by Supermicro Corporation, CDW, Advanced Microsystems, Global Foundries, and Qualcomm Incorporated. Up around the top 5 of NASDAQ, there were some market winners. Graal Incorporated, Verisk Analytics, MongoDB, Alphabet Class C. That's Google. And Warner Brothers rounding out the top 5. Some of the commodities that we like to look at, I'm going to look at gold virtually every day from now on. $2,799.10 for an ounce of gold. That's a whole lot of money, considering it wasn't that long ago we were freaking out because gold was at $2,000 for an ounce. You're buying oil? Well, we all buy oil one way or the other. West Texas crude at $69.07. Yesterday, I was kind of gloating because it looked like it was headed south. See, 67
67-16 yesterday. When I got to work this morning, it was 68-89, and now it's 69-07. So obviously it's trickling up as the day goes by. Stop the clock on that, would you? We'll take a look at some of the Forex numbers. It's also kind of interesting. If you're going to Japan, still 153, but it's slightly stronger than it was yesterday. Same for the peso, which is at 58.24. Same for South Korean won, which is about 1,380. Tiny bit stronger than it was yesterday against the greenback. 7:21 in the morning. The number everybody's been looking at for the last couple of days, because record territory yesterday, 73 plus, is Bitcoin. Where did it end up this morning, Joe?
72,286 right now.
Wow. So it's doing this weird kind of oscillation. It was 71,008 at 5 o'clock this morning. And what did you say it is now? 72?
72,276.
Okay, gotcha. Some interesting things going on. A buddy of mine says it has to do with bricks. Stand by. Let me read the note here. First, see, there's two lines of communications going on between my buddy. One of them is eye rolling over Senator Fisher's demands for clarification on the offensive Puerto Rico remarks. There it is. And bricks adopting Bitcoin, and that's why it jumped up into the 70,000s in this week. Jerry Roberts might know a thing or two about that. We'll talk to him after these. It's here. BK's new Wednesday Whopper. A flame-grilled quarter-pound of beef topped with melting Swiss cheese, fresh lettuce and tomatoes, creamy mayonnaise, crunchy pickles, ketchup and onions, topped on a sesame-seeded purple bun. Make a combo meal with our Things rings and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Add on our new churro fries with a chocolate dip available in an 8 or 12-piece. Now available for a limited time only at Burger King, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, Hagutnya, and the airport. You rule!
Hoffaday, I'm Frank Bloss Jr. As a senator, I know full well the responsibility of having the weight of your worries on my shoulders. I also accept that I'll have to make decisions that aren't popular, but are right. What matters is I do my best for you. This election, I ask for just one of your votes so I can continue to work on what concerns you most. I'm number 13 Republican, and I thank you for listening. I'm Senator Frank Bloss Jr., and I approve this message.
Hungry? Fill your belly and your load balance with a free meal when you purchase IT&E prepaid cards or SIM at 76 Circle K. Munch on a delicious hot dog or Big Grab chips while sipping on a Polar Pop and connecting with loved ones. Visit ITE.net or visit any 76 Circle K for details. IT&E. Connections that matter.
When you want a senator to hear your concerns, you can expect to see her at the hearings. When it comes to the environment, healthcare, and the economy, you can expect her to write quality legislation. Quite simply, when you tell Tello, you can expect and will get results.
I'm Tello Tarigui, and I approve this message.
Oh, man, I should have put this in the business report. Never mind the Bitcoin numbers. Apparently, Frank the Crank has got a new product. He's referring to it as the Crank Shetty. Said somebody, is there going to be some people not getting anything for Christmas for me because it looks like I'm going to be making a couple of investments in the tuition for Frank the Crank's kids as they grow up. 7:24 in the morning. Jerry Roberts is in the studio. We were having a good time while the break was on, talking about those unruly New York Yankee fans.
Boy, are they really something?
I'm looking at this. So on the screen right now, somebody had dressed up one of the images and made it look like it was, put some political spin on it. So the two guys trying to grab the ball and the glove, and Mookie refer to the Democrats and Democratic precincts, and the ball is the election, and Mookie is Americans who just want a fair election. That's just all we're looking for here, because everybody questioning all of that stuff. It's a great deal. So these guys, the two hooligans, only ejected and banned for
today.
For today,
they're season ticket holders. Today's the last game of the year, so they just can't come today. So.
But not banned for life.
Not banned for life.
No life sentence on these guys.
Not yet.
Not yet. Need to be followed out the doors of the stadium. 7:25 in the morning, and time for Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
Thank you. If you picked up on yesterday's Extra Point, you recall that I was thinking about questions that could be tossed back and forth between an entry-level worker and his senior leader. We went first from the leaders asking the entry-level folks their questions. We're going to flip that script today. That's coming next on the Extra Point.
Get ready to take off with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. If approved, you can earn 30,000 bonus miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months after account opening. So what are you waiting for? Pack your bags and let's go. with the First Hawaiian Bank credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. Offer is subject to credit approval and may change over time. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
The questions senior leaders would ask entry-level employees were, hypothetically, number one, what made you want to join our team, and what are you most excited about in your new job? What challenges do you anticipate facing in your role? How can I or the team help you to deal with those? And number three was, how do you prefer to receive feedback and recognition? Now, I realize you might come up with a different set of questions, and that's fine. What I've been trying to accomplish here is giving the worker a chance to respond on issues he or she may never have really thought about before. Now, how much thought they have given to their new job, their responsibilities, and overall to working in an organization. In addition, the feedback question from yesterday lets them know that communication is important, and giving and receiving of feedback is a big part of that. So now let's move on to the questions that entry-level workers would hopefully want to ask their senior leaders. Again, there are three. Number one, what opportunities for growth are available to me? I'm going to repeat the question, and I want you to see if you can figure out what's missing from it. What opportunities for growth are available to me? What was missing? Well, normally that phrase used is growth and advancement. Leaders must be aware that advancement is not a part of the expectations for most Gen Z workers. Advancing their skills, yes. Moving up in an organization, that is a totally different situation. Young people in the workforce today are generally thinking short term. Learn what you can, move on, rinse and repeat. Long-term employment is not on the menu for most of them. However, longer, quote-unquote, longer employment can be. But employers will have to earn that. Figure out how to keep people 3 more months, and then 3 more months, and then 3 more, etc. The answer to what opportunities are available should be significant and continuous, and then explain how you're going to help them grow. Question 2. Can you tell me about the company culture and how I can fit in? Culture is important to young workers. They want to be in a place where they'll feel comfortable, and they'll have a good time, and they'll learn some things at the same time. Now, what do you think the answer to that one is going to be? Did you say, we treat everybody like family around here? Good for you. Most leaders will figure that's the end of the topic right there. So many people use this family label to describe what they would like the world to think about their company, even though it's far too often just words. If I'm the worker, I'm going to reply with, can you be a little bit more specific exactly how is this a family-type business? Can you give me some examples of that family thing? So maybe the leader will flow into those examples if they have them, and maybe they'll decide that generalities are not the way to go if you haven't got facts to back them up. Question 3, how will I be judged? What factors will lead to my success? Virtually nobody asks this question when they get into a job interview, but it's one of the most important ones ever. This question reflects the new hire's eagerness to understand what it takes to win. If you were generic on the issue of culture above, make sure you're specific on this one. Work hard, by the way, is not the answer. That is not specific. Break down their various responsibilities and explain what kind of results you expect. Give details. Make the terms of their success objective rather than subjective. Now, do this, and this, and this, and this, and you're successful. It's not my opinion of you and of your work that makes you successful. Again, objective, not subjective. Now, I don't know if this little exercise with entry-level workers and senior leaders asking and answering questions would ever take place. I just know that it should. Organizations that can be this open in their communication are going to have a far better chance at succeeding with that all-elusive employee retention. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today for 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Yeah, good man, Jerry Roberts. 7:31 in the morning. Happy Halloween to you, buddy.
Same to you.
Gotcha. Anything interesting happening in the news besides the Yankees and their game yesterday? Really, have you plugged into anything?
I mean, other than the thing about cheating in Pennsylvania?
Yeah. Oh, there's going to be We'll have plenty of stories about that.
Well, I mean, but we were talking about that. They've incentivized the voter registration process, and when you put it out there in contracts that you get paid more money for every registration you bring in, well, somebody sooner or later is going to get the bright idea or dull idea to falsify those. It's not a matter of a Democrat issue or a Republican issue.
It's a people issue.
It's a
people
and a
there's
money
a way
issue.
for me to make money. So what were they paying for registrations? You know
that I couldn't find out. But the more you bring in, so what you had is it was the same. Apparently, it was the same ink. It was the same handwriting. It was the same everything, to the tune of thousands of them, and not just in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, but in 4 other counties. One of the commissioners, the voting commissioners, or the county commissioner, came out and said, "Yeah, it's not just us; it's these other counties over here too."
Yeah.
So it's a matter of them out there making money off this, and they caught them.
There's good news, though, that I thought maybe I had the thing right in front of me, and obviously I moved my papers around, and now I can't see it, but it looks like Virginia has got one for common sense and democracy. They are going to be allowed to take 1,600 non-citizens off their rolls. They had been told they weren't allowed to do that. And their court said, no, you got to keep that in. So they found a way to the Washington, D.C. Supreme Court looked at it and said, no, what are you talking about? These aren't citizens. They're not voters. And by the way we define them, and hopefully that ruling can be used in other places where obviously Democrats, for whatever reason, aren't finding ways to prohibit non-citizens from voting in the elections. In fact, they're encouraging it. That's the crazy thing.
Exactly.
So, that's why I'm starting to see and hear more stories. I was joking around when you came in about ask a prepper, and then Epoch Times with a special report on things that you need to do to be able to last a couple of weeks in case of some kind of emergency. Now, is that going to be a weather-based natural emergency, or is it going to be man-made? Axios, who I'm fond of referring to as pre-gas lighters, have got a couple of interesting stories about that are foreshadowing what they believe is going to be happening next week. An overwhelming majority of registered voters are concerned about violent attempts to overturn the results of the 2024 election, including a majority of Republicans, though Democrats are significantly more worried about post-election violence. 66% of voters said they don't think former President Trump will accept the results if he loses, compared to 22% who said the same about Vice President Harris. And even if there isn't violence after Election Day, 2/3 of voters say they're concerned about state or local officials trying to prevent the election results from being certified. 73% say they're worried about efforts to overturn the election through the legal system as well. So
through the legal system,
yeah.
I don't anticipate that. I mean, if Trump loses, and right now it appears that he's on his way to winning.
They say 66% of the vote will go to him, certain polls.
But if Trump loses, I mean, he may not accept the results, but I've got a feeling that it's going to be okay in terms of the electorate. They won't be happy. I don't think they're going to light cities on fire. But if Trump wins,
the BLM and the Antifa will come out and tear the blue cities apart.
I think there's a good chance that you're going to see the riots like we did in 2020 again.
Don't disagree.
And then what's Biden going to do? Because Trump won't have any power to deal with that at that point. So is Biden going to send out the National Guard in those cases? So I think you have that possibility there, because it's already happened once.
Yes.
So we know it's already happened. The game plan is in place. They know how to do it. They carry it out with military precision. All we can hope for at this point is that cooler heads prevail, and that maybe both candidates at the end will call for calmness and all.
We're talking about Trump and Harris, though, not Ginger and Jimmy. I'd like to see protests and violence in the streets, depending on the outcome of that particular election. 7:36 in the morning. Sorry, it's still the Ray Gibson Show. Donna D with news and headlines being brought to you by the guys over at Half a Day Realty. They're super thrilled about being Piga's Best for another year. Isn't that awesome? So you can go and chat with them. Real Joe, am I headed in the right direction?
You are.
Okay, I just got to check with you because you were kind of looking at me over the monitors, and I wasn't sure. Was I supposed to take another one of the extra breaks? Okay, so Joe D and Auntie Lolita and Libby and Saran, everybody over there really jazzed about it. Buy a house from them. Make them feel great. 588-4232 is the telephone number. And the Wednesday Whopper. Do you see how slowly I went through that? The Wednesday Whopper and churro fries now available for a limited time at BK. See you tomorrow, Jerry Roberts, Donna D with news and headlines. Now, if you're ready for it, let's go.
42-year-old Eddie Tapaznia Santos faces arson and family violence charges after attacking a woman and setting his own shirt on fire inside a car. Police say Santos pushed the woman and threatened to burn her items. A witness intervened, but Santos fled, leaving the shirt burning behind. Police have not released further details. And Joselito Cura's sentencing will resume on November 25. He was convicted on multiple drug charges, facing potential life in prison. During a hearing, prosecutors presented evidence of guns found in his home. His defense attorney objected, claiming the guns might have belonged to someone else. The court will reconvene to finalize Cura's sentencing next month. And Guam voters will cast presidential votes on Tuesday, but those votes will not count due to U.S. law. This has left many residents feeling disenfranchised. Many Guamanians feel this system is unfair, and territorial delegates have no voice in Congress. Voter participation has dropped from 70% in 2014 to 40% in 2022, showing the frustration over a lack of voting rights. And those are your local headlines.
For heaven's sakes, what a bunch of bedwetters. We've been complaining about this for 1,000 years. You know, you go find the Chamorro in the States. They can vote for us. And I mentioned that when I was there to the people in Las Vegas. And it was the one time I got political in that conversation, reminding them that there is an election in Las Vegas, and they need to be thinking about the people that they vote for, whether it's the top of the ticket or the bottom of the ticket, and find people that you can vote for that you can count on them remembering Guam in Congress, in the House, or in the Senate, or in the White House. You got to vote for the people of Guam. You want to make some of those changes. That's among the ways to do it. 7:38 on the Ray Gibson Show. I got more coming up.
This is a paid ad by Will Parkinson.
Like Will Parkinson, another home run. He reaches out and asks for an emergency session on the bill to save Guam from load shedding, and then it happens. A little bit more urgency.
Hey, you're welcome. I'm Will Parkinson, and I won't stop fighting for you.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you do it.
Today, but this is right on point, and I actually think that there is a future for this guy.
I'm Will Parkinson, and I approve this message.
Half a day. I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan. I'm running for re-election to keep improving life on Guam. We need to rebuild tourism, lower airfares, build a new hospital, improve public schools, reduce inflation, and fight crime. There's so much to do, and I need your support to continue this work. I humbly ask for your vote. Thank you very much. Suzu Usmaase and Meraman Salamat Po. I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan, and I approve this message.
Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and Guam Bomb roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
This time check is brought to you by Ginger Cruz for Congress. Now more than ever, Guam needs strength, experience, and intelligence in Congress. It's time for a leader. Vote Ginger Cruz.
Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
Now would be the appropriate time to start talking about Beyond the Box, first floor of the Micronesia Mall. And the reason why I want to bring them up is because this is going to be an incredible season. Yesterday, I was telling you a little bit about some upgrades in the Apple universe that are coming. There's all that we already know about the iPhone 16. Did you know that there are new iPads that are going to be out there? Did you know that there is a new Mac Mini that they are going to be rolling out here? And I got the specs on that. I'll tell you, I'll share that with you in a couple of minutes. But I reached out this morning because I saw the thing again about the Mac Minis and the super price, number one, and number two, the guys over at Beyond the Box said they should have their first batch maybe in the next couple of weeks, maybe a week, 2 weeks or something like that. So if you already know that's on the I'm going to Christmas myself list. And here's what I'd do with it, right? Because I love all my Mac products. I would take that and make it another HDMI into my big TV. And then I would have this massive 65-inch monitor on what is essentially my Macintosh computer, and it'd have everything that I need on that I've got on my iPhone, and my iPad. It will now be on my Mac. Will now be on my TV. So I don't ever actually have to, I don't know, leave the house or something like that. Check it out today. Beyond the Box, first floor of the Micronesia Mall. Also worth mentioning that there is Trick or Treat, Halloween, Trick or Treat, smell my feet, give me something good to eat at Micronesia Mall tonight. I'll see if I can get you some details on when all of that starts and what the requirements are for you and your kids to be able to get that free stuff from them. 7:42 in the morning, traffic map. Yeah, let's take a quick look at that and see where all of the delays are going to end up being here this morning. As usual, Ipao into Waisang Song. A lot of traffic on Route 3 trying to get to Marine Corps Drive. Maybe a little bit of traffic on Leche Machache right there at the intersection. We're also seeing some intersection traffic on the back road to Anderson on the outside. What's the name of that road? I can't remember. I gotta zoom in and find it. There, it'll come to me. Atticao, where they put that four-way stop. Looking at the other places on Marine Corps Drive. So once you're past Waisang intersection traffic for sure until you get to Micronesia Mall, and then it's the intersection traffic in Upper Tumon for sure until you get to around Kmart. Maybe a little bit of traffic as well. This is going to be interesting. I don't know if you caught this, but they've been advertising now that there's going to be they put a new water tank over by in between the airport and Home Depot, very closer actually to the airport.
I've seen it.
So it's candlesticks now. So if you want to go on to Teason, you can't take that side road anymore. The side road, for all intents and purposes, is closed off. So you'll have to make it all the way up to the intersection. You have to make it up to the intersection, and then you can turn onto the road that takes you onto Teason and to the rest of the airport. It's only for a few days, but it's going to suck for a few days. You might as well, unless you live in Teason, might as well just go around. It doesn't take you all that much longer to stay on Marine Corps Drive. 744, same thing going to be happening for you elsewhere on the roadways. Don't see any major problems except for, oh my God, look at what we're looking at in Barragata. I got ugly traffic from the intersection of 10 and 15. Wait a second, it's not even there. From the intersection of 10 and 15, it'll be all right, and then you'll get to around Untalon Middle School and Wendy's, and it's looking really, really ugly. Super slow traffic through there, and that's why 8, 10, and 16, that intersection is running fairly clear right now because most of the traffic is still stuck on Route 10. 744, kind of late for all of that to happen. Then we got Route 8 into town, just a couple of spots with dog and out traffic, a little bit worse on the Route 4 side as people are trying to get past Cost You Less. Downtown again, all the way to Big Navy and Sumai. You might see some traffic over by Adelup, but otherwise things are running clear elsewhere. There it is, man. Sorry about that long traffic report. There's just a lot going on here this morning. I'll be right back.
Have a day. I'm Chris Dueñas. It has been my honor serving as your senator for many years. Together, we have gotten tax refunds paid on time, created affordable housing, and introduced Maulik to respond to Guam's drug crisis. There's so much more to do, so the fight continues. Change is good with the right leadership. Please re-elect me, Senator Chris Dueñas. Thank you, si Zeus Moasi, and maraming salamat po. I'm Chris Dueñas, and I approve this message.
I know what it takes to be a non-voting delegate in the U.S. Congress. I know that it requires intelligence, ideas, and how to take advantage, not just of relationships, but of situations and conditions. In Washington, D.C., it isn't who you know, it is how you are known. Ginger Cruz is already known in Washington, D.C. from her previous service in the executive branch, in housing and the Department of Defense. She is known to be persuasive and clear-thinking. With her, we have a candidate who has plans. Someone who knows how to navigate the Pentagon, not just Nimitz Hill. You know these two candidates. Who do you think can be a people-focused leader who will protect your interests? Forceful leadership is needed in these times, and this is the time for Ginger Cruz.
I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this message, and I humbly ask for your vote.
Rediscover talk radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
My name is Ray. Boundless nervous energy here in the studio. I'd actually taken pains to stack up my news and information things in a perfect order. So every time we come back from a break or head out somewhere, you know, we've got something to look forward to. And naturally, I took all of that stuff and I moved it around, shuffled all the papers, and now I can't figure out where anything is. However, while I was trying to sort out how to deal with that particular broadcast emergency, I was scrolling through the social media and saw a new post by Frank the Crank Camacho. And originally, I wasn't really paying attention to it because it just looked like, you know, Sarah had taken some pictures of him working out in the backyard.
Those are always good.
Those are always good pictures. Until I saw exactly what it was that he was working with, and it is finally out. I know it's something that they've been working on for a while. Kind of a dream. Frank the Crank Camacho and word now and video of the crank shetty in use.
The Crank Chetty. Good morning, Mariana.
Hey, nice to hear from you again. Let's make this a regular occasion. So I was gonna bug you anyway about the Frank the Crank apron that you've got now. It's so cool.
Man, I love it. It's super thick and it's super sharp looking too. You know.
Well, it's got all kinds of places in it too for your Tabasco or your vape or whatever. You know.
You know what's actually funny is that there's this on my email list. There's a guy from Hawaii. He's a barber, Aloha Barber, and he has a mobile like a trailer, and that's where he does his haircuts. And he goes to different spots. And he actually just bought one of my aprons, and I was like, dang, I didn't even think about barbers, you know. So now you could put the combs, you could put all the different clippers on there.
Right.
It's very functional, right? Very functional for a little bit of everything.
So I was going to see if I could go to the website and see if I could put something up, but you've got a thing here that says Saggy Fan Spin to Win. So hold on a second. I got to put my see what kind of discount I'm going to get based on my spinning to winning here on the gizmo. Then there it is. Is it going to go where it stops? Nobody knows. 10% off on my next purchase with Frank the Crank. That's cool.
Yeah. Hey, so you're probably going to be getting a 10% off coupon that's going to be sent to your email just by opting in. I appreciate. Hey, thanks. Hey, Ray, you're freaking racking up all the discounts, dude. I love it.
Oh, and if I don't use it for me, I think I'm going to use it for gifts because, as I said, you got all kinds of new stuff coming out. You've got. I'm looking for. I don't see the. There it is. There's the Shinarp apron. Let me click in on this heavy duty apron for barbecue, kitchen, outdoor essentials, and more. Lots of pockets, lots of places to put it, and you can buy it now on the PayPal. Not too expensive, not too pricey here. 50. What is that? $80. That's nice for this. All right, high quality. I think you can use this for bush cutting if you made it longer.
I know, so I wanted to add like a little zipper attachment just so they could go all the way down to the ankles.
Yep. That would be next time. Next order, bro. Next order with these guys. Now, tell me a little bit about the Crank Chetty.
Yes, the Crank Chetty is not online right now. I'm going to be officially launching it at. I heard of this holiday market event. And it goes on November, like early November, and a ton of the pre-Christmas shoppers go to Top of the Mar. There's a lot of vendors, so I was very, very stoked to actually get a table or get.
That's our people. That's the hot moms of Guam High.
Oh man,
no, McCool Middle. McCool.
Yeah, dude, they're awesome. So I was able to get on, and I'm super stoked because I love pop-ups, right? The reason why I love pop-ups, I get to meet everyone, hear their story. What are these gifts for? Are these gifts for someone off island? Is it for them? You know, so I love, you know me, man. I love to talk story, and I like to hang out with people.
Oh, this is going to be great for you. One other thing I'd recommend, see if you can be a part of, is they're doing in November. They're bringing back the Chef's Cup. The Micronesia Chefs Association. It's a major culinary event at Hyatt Regency, and this is going to be, wow, it's you don't have a lot of time. It's November the 6th, and it's a tribute to a terrific guy, Gordon Mizusawa, who was always at the top of the Micronesian Chefs Association, a big guy involved in the creation of this particular event, and I'm so glad to see that it's back. Anyway, they usually do something with like celebrity judges or somebody like that, so see if you can find somebody at the MCA and find out if there's a way to get some Shinarp into their program.
Oh man, I would do a complimentary sharpening and for a trade for some food. For some food.
yeah. It's not an inexpensive event, as it were, but as far as galas and fun events as we make our way into the holidays, it's kind of a must do. 7:52 in the morning. So when will people be able to make a pre-order on the Crank Chetty?
So the Crank Chetty, we're going to see how much I have left after Top of the Mar at the event because I'm going to be launching the Crank Chetty officially over there on Saturday, Sunday. Yes. I'm going to be, so people can go over there, they can feel it, they can hold it, they can ask questions. And I have quite a few, so the leftovers, if I do, I will be launching online at bladesbycrank.com, but I highly recommend Saturday, Sunday, come down to Top of the Mar and come feel it and see it. This one's a real collector's item, and it's a heavy-duty machete.
Okay,
Crank
so
Chetty.
right. So let me. I'm trying to figure out. So is this something that I display, or is it something that I use? Because I've got that MTM Tangin out in the back, and it takes an act of God to be able to finally kill those things.
The thing, Ray, is that it's so pretty, but it's very functional. You could use this thing. You could beat, man. Like the first thing my dad said was like, "Hey, this is perfect for when we're processing the cow." You know, I'm like, "Whoa, okay, shoot." You know, for bones or for tongan or for whatever. You know, and you get to do it in style. But it's a very nice machete.
But it's a nice one, yeah. Okay, so it's a nice one. You can find it. You can see it at work on the socials. You get people bring machetes to you all the time for sharpening and some light repairs and things like that on it. How do you suppose it could be? Because there's kind of a standard view of a machete for a boy on Guam. It's kind of 18 inches or so. And it's got a nice little bow out in the front. Got a nice little flat back to the tang on it. Is this similar to that, or does it get some DNA from another kind of swinging, utility blade like that?
Yeah, so this one, so you have your thinner type of machetes that you probably use for like sakati, right? Because it's a little lighter and it'll glide through the grass.
Allegedly,
You have your little heavier duty like Ontario knives that will cut wood, and then you have like your super heavy dude. They're almost like short little cleavers that are. I don't know if you're going to go out in the yard and try to clear so much things because it's super heavy and it's very heavy duty. So this Crank Chetty is on the very heavy duty, heavier side.
Okay, gotcha. So I'm it's not like I'm going to be clearing any sakati with it or any more for the heavy duty stuff. So if I actually did have a tree that I needed to bring down, a tangan tree, a couple of inches around and stuff like that, that would work good for it. Or as you said, taking the bones apart, right?
Yes, 100%. And all you need is one shot with this one.
One shot? Okay. Wait a second. Now, you need one shot. You're Frank the Crank. You need one shot. I got these girly arms here, so it might take me a week to cut through something that takes you a couple of minutes to get through. One other, have I ever asked you about the ulu knives, making a version of the ulu knives that they have in Alaska? I'm going to put it up on the screen. I don't know if you're watching, but it's basically a handle and a semicircular knife.
One of those.
What's that?
I sharpened one of those, and the guy that was explaining it to me, he was explaining how he uses it. I've been looking into it, and we're actually trying to work on the design with my manufacturer when you first mentioned it to me.
Yeah, because I love this thing. I've got one that was a gift, and I've given them as gifts before. And if you put something in in the right size bowl, you put some chicken in there, baked chicken, whatever, just a few times with that, bang, 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 and all of a sudden it's perfect size for Kelly Gwynn. You do the same thing with chopping vegetables and stuff. Super great utility knife. I probably used that knife, that Ulu, in my kitchen as much as I use your knives.
And that is so interesting.
Taggy, Brett, try it out. I'll loan you mine so you can make some Kelly Gwynn, and we'll grind with Gene and the rest of the boys.
Let's do it. I love it. Hey, thank you guys so much. Great. Have a wonderful weekend. I'll see you on top of tomorrow.
Everybody, happy Halloween to you. 7:56 and change. I'm glad we got him, because I tell you what, that is news. Because the ladies were in here for that big, the McCool School, the top of the Guam High.
Yeah,
all of those.
Stacy's mom.
Stacy's mom.
Got it going on.
Yes, they were, but they didn't say anything about Frank the Crank being there. So now,
cool.
Tell you what, you were going to have husbands there anyway, but you're going to have a whole bunch of homeboys coming through to take a look and see what you guys got there. 7:56 and change. And Real Joe asked me earlier, maybe the most important question of the day. And
I did?
Yes, you did.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, you did. One of the most important questions of the day. Yesterday, I had the privilege, I call it a privilege, of being among the first people on Guam to take advantage of a new kind of non-invasive technology. It is an endoscopy. Somebody's asking the difference between a colonoscopy and an endoscopy. Colonoscopy
sounds a little invasive.
Yeah, colonoscopy, where you sit. The endoscopy goes through the mouth, and you can use it to take a look at the mouth and throat, esophagus, all the way down. But it doesn't actually peer into your gut. Same thing with the colonoscopy. And so they've got this pill, a little plastic pill, with a camera and little lights on the inside of it. It's got a radio, so it transmits the data out to a little pouch that you wear. And so yesterday, I had the privilege of testing out that technology, and it was fantastic. So I swallowed the pill. About an hour later, I got the guys in here, and they hooked up the gizmo so I could actually see what my insides looked like. And Dr. Uggan seemed to be pleased with what he was able to see there. And I thought, this is great. And the guy says, yeah, and eventually what's going to happen is you're going to poop that little pill camera out. And I said, what do I do with it? And Real Joe said, make a necklace or a ring or some kind of put it in a private place. I don't know.
Come on, man.
Yeah, right?
You could pass that down in the family ring.
This was not just Daddy's. It was in Daddy's. Like a Civil War bullet from back in the days.
On, man.
Anyway, so Joe asking probably the most important and critical question: have I passed yet that pill? When I asked the German guy yesterday, I said, Mr. German,
wie
will ask the question. He said, when may I expect this thing to reappear? And he says, maybe noon, 1 o'clock, or something like that. It has now been about 24 hours since I've eaten, since I swallowed that pill.
Okay.
Now, since then, I had some tinala chutney from over at Mosa's last night.
Oh, you're blocked up.
I have not seen the pill, but I'm pretty sure I saw the remnants of dinner last night. So I don't. The answer is no. But it occurs to me there's a radio promotion in here. There ought to be some kind of a radio gizmo here, which is what is a bet. When will it pop out? And we can go either in hours or days.
You can win a gift certificate.
Between now and the election. When is it going to be? Yeah, that might be an interesting way to give away. I understand we've got a gift certificate from Mescla that we're going to be giving away a little bit later on. And I'll see if I might be able to use some of my adventures helping medical technology and GI Digital help push a new product here on Guam. 7:59 and change. Closing in on, where are we? Closing in on 8 o'clock, aren't we? How about that? Bunker Meno talking about favorite machete is the old school U.S. Army Ontario knife. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about there. 5 seconds away from stop talking for the news. Okay, gotcha. KUSG, I got you. Pig is best. Done me 4 times in a row. Here it comes. Fox on the point.
Barnstorming the battlegrounds. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Vice President Harris with campaign stops today in 3 important states this afternoon in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
If you give me the chance to fight on your behalf as president, There is nothing that will stand in my way of working for you.
And the vice president contrasted her vision with that of former President Trump.
This is someone who is not thinking about how to make your life better. This is someone who is unstable, obsessed with revenge, consumed with grievance, and out for unchecked power.
Harris will hold a rally in Wisconsin tonight. Earlier, she was in North Carolina. Former President Trump will also campaign in Wisconsin tonight. Earlier, he was in a swing district in North Carolina.
The former president began by asking if the crowd was better off now than they were 4 years ago. He criticized President Biden for calling Trump supporters garbage.
My response to Joe and Kamala is very simple. You can't lead America if you don't love Americans. You just can't.
He said after her speech Tuesday night at the Ellipse that Vice President Harris has Trump derangement syndrome, and he played a video montage of her talking about him.
About Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump.
The former president said the current administration caused inflation by messing with his energy policy and pushing the Green New Deal.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says President Biden was not calling Trump supporters garbage, but that he was calling out hateful language about Puerto Rico used by a comedian at Trump's Madison Square Garden rally on Sunday. Vice President Harris said she strongly disagrees with any criticism of people based on who they vote for. America is listening to Fox News.
Half a day. I'm Carl Gutierrez. I was Speaker for 4 years and Governor for 8. And I'm proud to endorse Ginger Cruz for Congress because she has the experience, strength, know-how, and network to get the job done for Guam. As my policy advisor and communications advisor, Ginger was instrumental in driving our island's unprecedented growth. Her tireless dedication to the people of Guam was unmatched, and after her time at Adelup, she took her talents to Washington, D.C.
I think in my testimony I talked about stabilization and reconstruction environments being...
working at the highest levels of the federal government. I know her love for our island, her deep belief that my fellow veterans are an abiding priority, and I know we can trust her with our future. Join me, vote for Ginger Cruz for Congress. Si Juus Maarsi.
I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this message, and I humbly ask for your vote.
At least 95 people have died in flooding in southern and eastern Spain.
It's believed to be the deadliest flooding to hit Spain in 3 decades after rain swept away buildings and bridges, submerging farmland and causing pileups on roads. Spanish officials are saying they can't give a final number on the dead yet. This resident in Valencia says the flooding happened fast. She says when I finally realized it was already on us. There was no solution. Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez told constituents, for those who at this moment are still looking for their loved ones, the whole of Spain weeps with you. More rain's expected for the region later this week. Jill Nato, Fox News.
A benefit set for Saturday for those impacted by Hurricanes Helene and Milton. United Way Worldwide and Paramount Global have announced the 1-hour special featuring Brittany Spencer, Carly Pierce, Chris Jansen, and many others will air on CBS and CMT at 8 p.m. Eastern. The benefit will also be available for streaming live on Paramount Plus with Showtime. Mayors across the Rust Belt are calling for immediate action on new housing.
Midwest mayors across Michigan and Ohio converging on Detroit and calling on the federal government to make new housing a priority amid what the mayors call a nationwide housing crisis.
In my community, we're 200,000 units short over the next 10 years, and nationally, we know at least 4 million new housing units need to be in the pipeline.
Columbus Mayor Andrew Ginther last month, the House Oversight and Accountability Committee blamed the housing crisis and skyrocketing rental costs in part on the flood of illegal immigrants entering the U.S. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Vice President Harris has made housing a centerpiece of her economic platform. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
See Nissan Guam first. Whether you're looking at the bold Sentra sedan or the rugged Frontier pickup, you'll get advanced technology, bold styling, and agile performance. Both come standard with Safety Shield 360, Nissan's full suite of safety technology. With easy financing and low monthly payments, we make it easy to drive away in the perfect Nissan for you. Ask about our exclusive first-time buyers program. Stop by for a test drive and get pre-qualified for financing at nissanguam.com today.
Half a day and mabuhay. I'm Mary Ann Suyal Lujan, Vice Mayor of Guimban, Iloilo, Philippines. My husband, Senator Jesse Lujan, is running for re-election as your senator. Senator Jesse fights to reduce inflation, improve healthcare and education, rebuild tourism, and combat crime. Please vote for Senator Jesse Lujan. Thank you very much, and si Juus Maasi.
I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan, and I approve this message.
Hi, I'm Tom Fisher, and I'm one of your senators in the 37th Guam legislature. Guam has a problem. We have the highest infant mortality rate. We have one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the nation. We are going to bring those numbers down, and I've introduced a bill to do just that, and I will continue to work on that problem. This is about the future of Guam and all Guamanians. I'm Tom Fisher. I'm number 9 on the Republican side of the ballot. I approve this commercial. Let's get back to work.
Connect and save with Docomo Pacific's unbeatable business mobile plans. Save up to $720 with unlimited talk, text, and data on the island's widest mobile network. Supercharge your connectivity with our data-to-go roaming and Wi-Fi hotspot services. Connect today and experience lightning-fast speeds that keep your business running smoothly. Discover more at business.docomopacific.com. Some conditions apply.
Your 8 o'clock local news is brought to you by Family Finance.
Half a day, it's 8:07. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. The case involving Stephen Leon Guerrero is delayed until November 19 in Superior Court. The hearing will focus on his role in a 2018 burglary spree. His attorney argues that his involvement was minor, so he should not pay the same restitution as his co-defendants. The group admitted to stealing over $100,000 in items from various locations, including $61,000 from Guam Customs in quarantine. Customs has not replaced these items, which remain in court custody as evidence. They stress that the warehouse did not contain high-risk items. The restitution hearing for other defendants is set for November 12th. Meanwhile, Gina Cepeda Demapan pleaded guilty to selling meth from her home in Derrida. She entered her plea in district court. Authorities learned she sold 30 grams of meth for $1,000 in July. During a search of her home, police found over 55 grams of meth, drug paraphernalia, and nearly $8,000 in cash. Demapan admitted to distributing meth and other drugs since 2023. She sold meth for $100 per gram and $1,000 per ounce. Federal guidelines suggest she could face up to 20 years in prison. Sentencing is set for January 28. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Derrida 633-4473. Family Finance.
GDOE reports higher graduation rates, but assessment scores for English and math are unacceptably low. Superintendent Eric Swanson highlighted these concerns during the State of Education address. GDOE's 5-year strategic plan aims to improve student performance. Swanson notes that most students in grades 3 through 8 and 11th grade are not meeting standards. He stresses the need for targeted support and a root cause analysis to address these issues. Senator Chris Barnett echoed these concerns, citing learning loss from the COVID-19 pandemic. Swanson also mentioned the importance of maintaining school facilities for effective learning. Action is needed to improve these scores by spring. And residents can enjoy several Halloween events today. Public Works is hosting a trunk or treat event at 7 tonight at the DPW compound while supplies last. St. Paul Christian School is holding a Hallelujah Night from 6 to 9. This event is free and includes games, rides, and treats. A not-so-scary haunted house at Dr. Sunga's dental office at Guam Finance Center in Harmon runs from 3 to 7. The trunk or treat at Capital Kitchen is from 5 to 9, and the Agana Shopping Center will have no tricks, all treats starting at 5 o'clock. There are also haunted houses at Akanta Mall and GPO. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
And so that's what's going to be happening tonight. Like I said, Micronesia Mall also going to be having their trick-or-treating going on. So with all of those things going on, will there be anybody in the actual neighborhoods that are going to be out there doing like the old way? Well, it's always Barragata Heights.
The lights are going to be off.
Nimitz Hill.
You call the mayor
Santa Rita
and tell him to bring sawhorses out and park the car down and walk up the hill, and then you can cruise around Barragata Heights. It gets kind of freaky for the people that actually live up there on times like this. But there have been years, because before COVID and stuff, there have been years where it's been rather quiet up in Barragata Heights and some of the usual spots, because there's so much going on in all of the shopping centers. Again, your shopping center's got some, mall's got some, GPO's got some. I'm sure the Donkey Village is going to have something as well. So I keep thinking, for the moms and dads, let's go trick or treat over at the mall, get everything done, and then we can go home and relax, feet on the couch, and figure out what we're doing tomorrow. Almost as important as what's going on tonight is what's going on tomorrow. More specifically, what's not going on tomorrow. Who is going to be open? For a lot of people, it is an All Souls Day holiday, and I'm kind of curious, of what banks are going to be open, what's going to be available for shoppers and consumers tomorrow. Because Christmas is right around the corner. Just saying. I know that Bank Pacific is open tomorrow and Saturday, according to Phil. If you're going to be open and you want your customers to know about it, 797-8255. Just send me a thing on the meme machine, and I'll try to mention that between now and then. I also remiss. I should probably be mentioning this. There are businesses that are looking for employees. I talked with Jojo last week from Ambrose, and he had a bunch of openings over at that place. So if you're looking for a job, and look, beer as a benefit has got to be up there, right up there with vacation and 401ks and salaries and all of that. So if you think that might be a great place for you to earn a living, they've got openings. And my buddies over at Sorensen is SMG. Whenever I think of Southern Mountain Gear, it always pops into my head as Sorensen Media Group. Well, I was there for 17 years. It doesn't shake out that easily. But anyway, so they might be hiring too. But anyway, if anything is left of that company. But Southern Mountain Gear, SMG, is the big hiking and outdoor activity fun land that they've got. And they've just expanded. And in the expansion, they realized they needed a couple of other people to watch the store from time to time. So if you're interested in outdoor life, outdoor lifestyle, the people that do it and want to actually earn a living from it, go and check out Matt or Andy or somebody over at SMG Southern Mountain Gear and see what they've got lined up for you. In the meantime, let me hit you with some weather. Mostly sunny today with highs near 87 degrees. That is all you need to know. And there's going to be a Ray Gibson on the beach sighting here today. And the reason is because there's stuff to do tomorrow that will have me either indoors or away from beach during beachy kind of time. So I'm definitely going to try to get it in today. Daytime highs will be about 87 degrees with a heat index of 96 for today. Partly cloudy tonight. And the reason why I got to do it today is because they say we're shifting from mostly sunny today to partly sunny tomorrow. And that makes a difference if you're trying to get some good grill marks out there. You want to have some direct light on you from the actual sun. That's why I call it grill marks, because I want you to be able to actually hear your skin sizzling under the sun. I want you to be able to look down your chest towards your cute bikinis and be able to see the sweat starting to build up and roll down in little rivulets of sweat down into your belly button. That's what I want you to be thinking about. And you might not be able to do that under partly cloudy skies. Mostly cloudy Friday night, partly sunny again on Saturday. So take advantage of the sun while you can today. 30% chance of rain, though, if you're out there bringing umbrellas. Sunrise this morning was at 6:15. Sunset tonight on the beach at 5:54. Going for red skies tonight. That's what I'm thinking. There's news and weather together on The Point.
Super fast, super smart, and super affordable. The iPhone 16 family is now available at IT&E. Get the iPhone 16 and infinite data for less than $65 a month on the device payment plan. See what Apple Intelligence can do on the widest network in Guam and the Marianas. Whether you're renewing your plan or a new subscriber, head to any IT&E store today. IT&E, connections that matter.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of salt, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
This time check is brought to you by Ginger Cruise for Congress. Now more than ever, Guam needs strength, experience, and intelligence in Congress. It's time for a leader. Vote Ginger Cruise.
Paid for by Ginger Cruise for Congress.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. It's brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And the team over at Apaloa, what I say is going to be mostly sunny grill marks today. Bring something cool with you to the beach. Now, I always bring beer. And they got smoothies, and they got the soft serve ice cream, all kinds of other stuff. And that's cool, but they also got some great grind to bring with you. So if you're not in the mood for any of the soft and sweet and cold stuff, ask them for some savory and the incredible burgers that they've got, bowls and that they'll make for you on the fly. Absolutely fantastic to take with you and enjoy with your friends and family at the beachside. You can find Off Aloha in the old Cowboy Ninja in the W Complex in Tumon.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePOINT.gu.
It's still kind of in the news. There's a part of me that wants to white on a press release that came out of Senator Tom Fisher's office yesterday, demanding clarification on the offensive remarks about Puerto Rico. And and it's interesting to me that now all of a sudden what was a piece of a national story that, if you ask me now, has been eclipsed by statements made by President Joe Biden. It is interesting that national story now has a local connect on it in the form of this press release. And Tom Fisher, who I think his position on Donald Trump is rather clear, might be the most transparent thing that we have in this entire administration. We know how he feels. But to what degree does it make a difference? I'm looking at this going, do I want to spend time talking about this? Because I'm wondering if that's what I'm wondering.
He spent time writing it.
I know, but did he write that and put that out there?
He's doing the people's work
because he knew that guys like me would talk about it. That there would be people going, oh, my God, I can't believe what Tom Fisher did. I can't believe what Tom Fisher wrote in that press release. And you know what? In the din of all of the conversation that is going on out here politically, et cetera, in the grand din of all of that, people may only hear Fisher, 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 Tom Fisher, Tom Fisher, Tom Fisher. I don't know. And go, oh, there's a name that I remember when they go into the voting place. There might be some of that strategy. And he's smart. You may feel differently about that, but that might be kind of an ulterior motive. Frankly, I'm more interested in what an actual Puerto Rican has got to say about the statements made, not by Donald Trump. There's already confusion on that. I've already had to correct a couple of people. Oh, my God, did you hear what Donald Trump said about Puerto Rico? Donald Trump didn't say that. He brought in a guy, and the guy's he's what he'll razz ya. You know, that's his job. He's a roaster. It was like when they brought in what's his name, Don Rickles.
Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah. What's his stage thing? Kill Tony.
Yeah.
So
he's
anyway,
terrible, man.
As a comedian.
Yeah,
dude. that takes a certain amount of skill.
I'm sorry, man.
There's an old book called Thick Face, Black Heart. And in order to be a roaster, you've got to have thick face because there's people going to want to punch it all the time, and a black heart. Because if you go along in life with everything that the nuns taught us in school and what you learned at Sunday school and all of that, you'll never be a good roaster. You want to be a good roaster, you've got to have that skill to be able to, when somebody fires an arrow back at you because they're mad, your skin has got to be so thick it deflects that, and your heart has got to be so black that you don't care how you made anybody else feel. Did you get a laugh? Did you get a reaction? Good or bad? Great. Fine. It doesn't make any difference. But I might not remember his name for the rest of my life. Tom Fisher will. Tommy will. But I want to find out how an actual Puerto Rican feels about it.
Do we have any?
Well, I know of one off the top of my head.
It's got to be more than one Puerto Rican.
Right?
Guam.
His name is Juan Carlos Benitez. Juan Carlos would make an interesting guy to talk to if for no other reason that
Wait, isn't Frank Campillo a Puerto Rican?
No, he's from Colombia.
Venezuela?
I don't know.
Sarajevo.
We can try Charlie Hermosa.
Okay.
Let's see if there's just any random brown Hispanic that we know.
He's kind of a Puerto Rican.
We just need
Charlie.
Is your rice red or orange? Maybe that's the way. We'll find different ways. Pronounce Perez. Pronounce Perez.
Charlie, are you Puerto Rican?
So you get him out.
Yes.
Find him. Find that guy. Well, if we can. Apparently, we found Juan
call
Carlos
you
Benitez.
are now Puerto Rican.
We found Juan Carlos Benitez, but apparently he is stuck and cannot call. He's stuck in, what did you say he was, Joe?
In a subway.
In a subway in the New York
York.
City broken subway train. He's stuck in there. To which I say, go blue
It's a car
states.
full of illegal immigrants
Go
and one Puerto Rican.
Go blue cities, ladies and gentlemen. Inviting a roast comedian to a rally and not hear roast comedy is like inviting Beyonce to a rally, but Jon Stewart said that. I can't leave Jon Stewart like I do with Bill Maher. Sometimes I feel like they're beginning to just be fed up with the uncommon sense that is the woke culture. At least in half the family. And then on the other time I go, wait, I don't necessarily agree with him. Cousin Ted asked Fisher if he knows anything about the land taking by the powerful business elite from the families of Gun Beach. There's always those questions. It's been a while, hasn't it? Either voters easily forget what's that bunker saying, LG scenario is past 6 years, especially back to March 16, 2020, and all of the questionable decisions made with the lockdown mandates, illegal procurement, conflicts of interest, and possible forgery, Health Department Director Denorsi, and so much to current date. This is truly one big problem with our elected, especially Lou, says Bunker Menno. And Jose Martinez agreeing with me. Now, please don't give Fisher any earned media. It's fabricated outrage. That's what, yes. Thank you very much. Jose Martinez manages to summarize completely. Yeah. I'm sorry. Here I am wordsmithing, and here comes Jose. Just, no, that's not earned media. They made up the anxiety and the angst here. It has nothing to do with real life. 8:23 on the Ray Gibson Show. I was talking yesterday because some of the desperate members of the 37th Guam legislature are beginning to float the idea of a minimum wage increase at the legislature.
This conversation always comes up right before election.
Oh, hell yes. Yeah, but the timing, weird, because the election's Tuesday. I mean, you guys, you should have brought this up like 2 months ago.
You have our attention.
But no, you didn't. You waited until the week before the election, and now you're talking about floating an increase in minimum wage. And in the part what Bob Klitsky likes to refer to as the once upon a time section, the legislative finding and intents, they had put down the fact that it is a fact that the current minimum wage, legal minimum wage here on Guam is like $9.25, and it's been that for some time. And they're saying, well, something's got to be done. You know, cost of living has gone up so much, blah, 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 blah. And the people of Guam don't stand a chance with the increase in the cost of living here on Guam. So we've got to do a minimum wage. We'll tie it in with the change in the cost of living. The consumer price index on Guam is that we can figure out and put an actual number to, and then figure out what kind of an increase in the minimum wage we want to use, adapting to that number. And I said, okay, well, this is an interesting way to do it. Apparently, it's done in a whole bunch of other states, like, I don't know, California. And so I'm kind of interested to see what the rest of this looks like. My instincts, though, are to decry any conversation about an increase in the minimum wage. I like the idea of people, hustling and working hard for every penny that they get. I get to work in the morning. Real Joe is already here. And
what, me?
Yeah, you heard.
Good morning.
And there's so many other people for whom I am glad that they have got that hustle and intend to show me on a daily basis. But I wanted to see if I could tie in my conversation with what feels like fact. They were talking about in the legislation, the cost of living around here has gone up by like 4%. And so I went to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and all of this information is available to anybody, including the senators, and they can look at it. And it will show that, while it's still not great, still not awesome, right, in terms of earnings growth, the weekly earnings for private, that is non-supervisory employees in March of 2020 was $519.29. So you divide that by 40, that'll give you what people were earning in 2020. But keep that number in your head, $519 in 2020, weekly earnings. And then we go from there to 2021, went up to $554 from 21 to 22. Now it's $617. And from 2022 to 2023, it went up to $256. 256. March of 2024, the most recent set of data that we have for this report shows that the average, that is private, non-supervisory employee in the private sector employee on Guam, earns $710 a week. That comes out to about $17.75. Actually, it comes out to exactly $1,700.75, or $2,700. It's just the way I've got my calendar. It's just the way I got the calculator done. I use this for conversions and things like that. That is the increase just from last year is an 8.2% increase in income. Now, I know that it's still $17 an hour. So even if our legal minimum wage is $9.25 an hour, the average non-supervisory private sector employee is making almost double that right now. They're making almost double. It's $17.75 for March of 2024. Does it sound like there's a need, is my point, for a minimum wage increase? And they're not saying what number they'd take it to. They've just got this thing. Here's our plan. We're going to tie it to the CPI, but they're not saying what the end of the day number could end up looking like. Is a point. And I think the legislature, and especially guys like Joe S., that knows a one or two things about raising money in the government. And oh, by the way, can I just also say this? I've always believed, and I learned this from my Uncle Al Israel, so it must be true, that you'll notice that when you get that minimum wage increase, you take a look at how much more you're giving to the government of Guam. You take a look at how much more your withholdings are into the system. So the government basically giving itself a raise by grabbing your withholding tax. That's why we got to get Donald Trump in the White House and get that, so we get to keep our withholding. We've earned that money. I don't know why we got to use it to spend on the government of Guam. Government of Guam can all kinds of ways to make money. Now, here is another point that I want to make at 8:28 in the morning. I've just given you from March of 2020 to March of 2024 what the weekly earnings are for your private sector non-supervisory employee. Would you like to hear what the government of Guam is making, what an employee in the government of Guam is making? Ooh. Now, they say you cannot do this, Ray. You can't do that, Ray, because the government of Guam doesn't do their reporting with supervisory and non-supervisory. They just put all that stuff out there, and they put it all together and average it up, and that's what you get. That's why it's not an apples-apples comparison. You should not do that, Ray.
Study.
All right, so in March of 2020, the private non-supervisory employee made $519 a week.
I quit.
That same month, An employee in the government of Guam made a grant. 519 versus 1,000. March of 2021, 554 versus 1,119. March of 2022, $617. Gov Guam guy got $1,130. And we go up to, where are we, 2024. And as I said, it was $710 per week for your private sector guy. It was $1,233 per week for your Gov Guam guy. And there might be people in the government of Guam. Again, it's all an average based on, total spend versus number of employees. So there might be other factors to consider. But I'm wondering how many of the Gov Guam employees are going, wait, what the hell? I didn't make $1,233 a week in March of 2024. Where does all of that money go? And you might want to take a look at some of the people in the government of Guam that you hear about from time to time in certain vaulted offices. Maybe ad loops, maybe legislatures.
Yeah, like
people
the
that have been
medical
there for a long
examiner
time.
making all that money.
He's got to look at dead people.
You're right.
He's got to look at dead people.
His strongest stomach ever.
Well, we interviewed the last guy. I know you're going to try to get an interview with this guy.
I'm going to do my best.
Because but there's
I like these people.
There was a certain. Remember the guy 9? So I'm interviewing 9, and I think I was literally interviewing Stephen King.
Yeah, his hand was cold.
He had a certain kind of Stephen King feel to him. Yeah, 9 was like that. So I'm wondering what this guy is going to be like. I don't know. We'll see and find out. But yeah, that guy. What did they say? $330,000 with an opportunity for a raise down the road.
Absolutely.
Again, this is somebody that's got to deal with.
Wait a minute, at GMH
with bodies and dead bodies, and maybe bodies that have been dead for a long time. I don't know that I would have the stomach for it. It's certainly a unique specialty in the field, which is why it took so long to find somebody.
I'd do it for $335.
Would you?
Yeah.
There was no. Yeah, but you got to know what you're doing in there. You got to be able to
right.
take a look and sometimes
just poke the body and be like, yeah, he's gone.
No, you got to be careful. You poke the body in the wrong place, it might explode on you.
Right.
Yeah, never mind. 8:31 in the morning. Tattoo Sean is trying to eat here. Tell you what, we probably need to take a break. On the way back from the break, conversations about electricity and maybe a lesson that we can learn from Hawaii here on Guam. Some of the tree huggers and renewable energy people are probably going to be a little bit phased by what we talk about, but that's good. That's all right. Got it with news and headlines coming up after these.
Wendy's has brought back 2 for $4 breakfast deal. Mix and match to satisfy your morning cravings. Choose 2 from the sausage biscuit or sausage and cheese English muffin, small seasoned potatoes, and medium hot coffee. That's right. Pick 2 for just $4. Head on over today for the Wendy's 2 for $4 breakfast deal. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
I know what it takes to be a non-voting delegate in the U.S. Congress. I know that it requires intelligence, ideas, and how to take advantage, not just of relationships, but of situations and conditions. In Washington, D.C., it isn't who you know, it is how you are known. Ginger Cruz is already known in Washington, D.C. from her previous service in the executive branch, in housing and the Department of Defense. She is known to be persuasive and clear-thinking. With her, we have a candidate who has plans. Someone who knows how to navigate the Pentagon, not just Nimitz Hill. You'll know these 2 candidates. Who do you think can be a people-focused leader who will protect your interests? Forceful leadership is needed in these times, and this is the time for Ginger Cruz.
I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this message, and I humbly ask for your vote.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
All right, wait. Donna talking about a new. Is it a new business or an old business?
No, it's not new. It's old, and then they closed for the bit. Sundays, Guam. That ice cream place.
Oh yeah, in Tumon.
Yeah, well, yeah, sort of.
Okay,
upstairs.
Wait. I still don't know what you're talking about. What's it called?
Sundays.
Sundays. Okay.
Like the day.
You keep saying it like if you say it louder and
Sundays.
then I'll go, oh yeah, that place. Oh, okay, I remember now. Okay, but where were they in Tumon and where are they now?
They used to be where Rotten Apple was next to Airport Mobile.
Okay, I remember that. Yep.
Yeah, and then they closed for a bit
Uh-huh.
because of pandemic.
And so they're reopening is what you're saying?
Sort of.
Looks like?
Kind of.
Sort
like
of?
you got to order in advance and then you pick it up over at Francis Bake House.
Oh, really? Okay, there's another business that there's a bread place down in Tumon, just in between the Westin and the Nico Hotel.
I think that's the one I'm talking about. Francis Bake House.
Yeah,
Not
and
that
everybody says you got to get there early and line up because it's that good.
There.
Okay, so all right, so there's a connection between the two of them.
Uh-huh.
Right next to that place, there's another ramen place that just opened up, K Ramen or something like that.
Really?
We're not talking about that, Donna. We're talking about ramen.
He
now.
always
Ramen
wants to
noodles,
talk about
ramen
ramen.
noodles, baby. No, but I just want to, because as I said, there's a lot of people that are not trying to. I don't think they're really trying to do it, but I think if they're not careful, they will incite a panic in the business community, going, "Oh my God, the sky's falling and this business is closing all over the place." Well, yeah, but for every business is closing story that I've heard of 2 businesses that are opening, and so you're telling me the Sunday's place is on the way back.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm telling you that right next to that bakery place down in Tumon, it's hard for me to give an accurate description of where that is. But do you remember where Club Foxy is?
Yes.
I do.
Across the way.
I know exactly
You know
where
where
that is
exactly
now.
where
Yeah.
that is. Okay, now this
Thanks,
is the best
Ray.
way to describe locations for places. What is the nearest? What's the proximity to a strip joint? But anyway, so Club Foxy over here, and then across the way is that's where the bakery is, and that's where this ramen place
Oh,
is.
where Cat Crea used to be?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah. There's been all kinds of stuff there.
That's a Korean building.
Have you ever been on the other side of that building?
You mean in the back?
Yes, on the other side. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, they all of those businesses that serve food need to go out there and bulldoze the parking lot in the back and bulldoze that and make it some cool kind of fancy kind of Seattle style, Italian
Outdoor
style
kind of deal.
outdoor eatery. Yeah, that would be totally awesome.
Then
That has
where
got
would we park?
walk. There's a big parking. There's a hotel. Park in their parking lot.
They're going to get mad at us.
Park at the strip joint.
You
across
just tell
the
them.
street.
The strip club's not open all the time. You can certainly use that. But I'm just saying, if you are the owner of that building, you're not doing yourself any favors. That could be a mecca for all kinds of people. You throw in a couple of places where you can get some cocktails and cold beer at the end of the night, maybe some tapas. Does that sound like Soho
Yes.
hip? That's what we're shooting for. Soho hip in that area, and it will have easily one of the best, most visible sunsets on the island. Because if you can imagine what the sunset looks like over at the Westin, or what it looks like, from where Nico balcony or something like that, or the old what was the hotel? What is it now? Lotte, from Lotte. God,
Okura.
what a spot! Yeah, I was going to say Okura because I'm old fart. Anyway, I'm just saying that's something to look forward to. Anyway, 8:37 in the morning. Donna D with her last big look at news and headlines. If you're ready, let's go.
Police arrested 2 men and 1 woman yesterday in Harmon. The arrests followed a search for suspects in a recent home invasion in Barragata Heights. Witnesses reported a tense scene as police swarmed the area and businesses briefly locked down. Police Chief Stephen Ignacio confirmed the arrests, but the names of those detained remain undisclosed as investigations continue. And S&P Global Ratings has reaffirmed the Port Authority's long-term A rating for its revenue bonds. The outlook is stable. The report highlights the port's resilience after Typhoon Mawar and its importance for Guam's economy and the U.S. military. S&P expects the port to remain financially sound. And All Souls Day is tomorrow, but the Archdiocese of Agana announced cemetery mass times for Saturday. In Alahan Catholic Cemetery will have a mass at 6 in the morning. Other locations include Holy Cross at 7 and Our Lady of Peace at 9. And the last mass is at Pigo Cemetery at 3 o'clock. All are welcome. Public and Catholic schools have the day off tomorrow. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Is it a good place? The All Souls Day Mass is a good place to meet chicks?
Absolutely.
Cool. 8:38 in the morning. You see
The
whether you're
cemetery.
related. Yeah, you can see whether you're related based on where they're at.
Bring flowers.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I can't find my dad. Okay. Anyway, but there's another story about the port. EPA has sent out a press release today. The Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah.
Biden-Harris. So when we ask what has Kamala done for us lately, they've given over $2.4 million in clean port investments to Guam as part of the Investing America agenda. Wasn't that the new green plan? $2.4 million through the Clean Ports program. They can use that money for diversity, inclusion, no, I'm sorry, that's not right. Conducting a mobile emission inventory, updating the net zero emission strategy, preparing a workforce development plan, developing a resiliency strategy to assess climate risks and vulnerabilities, and creating an implementation plan to outline actionable steps and infrastructure requirements for decarbonization and electrification of port operations. The Port Authority of Guam will also conduct community engagement for this and future projects. So it looks like here's $2.4 million, but it looks like poor Rory is actually going to have to do work in order to get it done. It's all right. Congratulations. We'll just take out a loan for it. 8:40 in the morning, and time for us to do our quick look, as usual, into celebrity birthdays and special events for today. Are you ready to begin?
Yum.
Most of these people I either am kind of milquetoast about it, but Rob Schneider, 61 years old. Rob Schneider and I are brothers in the faith. Yeah. Remember when he was here and did that big show at UOG Fieldhouse? And then sang for the last 25 minutes, which is awesome, which was incredible. Rob Schneider, happy 61st birthday. and it was around the same time that he switched and became a more devout Catholic.
What was he before?
I don't know what he was. I think he was a Satanist before. I don't know. Most Hollywood people are, right? But Rob Schneider, 61 years old. You ask about comedians I'd love to see back on Guam again. Rob Schneider, only because I think that he's still out there hustling for a joke every day. Would he have said anything about Puerto Rico? I don't know. And also Rob Schneider, don't forget, I was just halfway kidding about us being related. Don't forget, he's got Filipino in his blood. Yeah. But it's not as funny as apparently his Filipino background is not as funny as Joe Coy's Filipino background. But I thought Rob Schneider was funnier than Joe Coy, and I'm not afraid to say that. Dan Rather, 93 years old, used to be something in a news game, and then it just could not hide his wacky Libby side. Deidre Hall. Known best for Days of Our Lives. Yeah. But I'm old enough to remember when Deidre Hall was on a Saturday morning television show, live-action television show called Electro Woman and Dinah Girl. And there was something about Deidre Hall in a skin-tight latex outfit in what would have been the 10 or 11-year-old Ray Gibson's house.
Parental guidance.
Exactly. Why do you watch that show?
Sorry.
Never mind. Jane Pauley, 74 years old. Peter Jackson is 63 years old.
The Jackson brothers.
No.
That's Tito's brother.
That's right, Peter.
He's from New Zealand.
Latoya. Peter Jackson. Lord of the Rings.
Director.
Yeah, there we go. Vanilla Ice, a.k.a. Rob Van Winkle.
All right,
is
57 years old. Collaborate and listen.
He got more handsome when he got older.
As he got older?
Yeah.
Oh, he did. But I guarantee if we started it and kept going, everybody would know all of the words to that song. We're doing a big retro rewind thing at Club Zoo on the 9th.
Ice Baby.
I'm going to do it. I'm just going to. We're going to play Ice Baby at that thing and see what everybody knows about it. Willow Smith is 24 years old.
Who that?
That's what's it? Will Smith's kid. I don't want to say boy or girl because
which one?
Pronouns.
I don't know. No.
Willow. Sounds like girl name.
That sounds like a girl name.
Yeah. Jaden's
there you go. There's potential for misgendering somebody.
Okay, maybe it's a boy.
Chick. What have we got? Special events today include World Savings Day. Yeah, Save the World, Vote Trump. Magic Day.
Magic.
Scare a Friend Day.
Today?
Yeah. Hey, bro.
I'm pregnant.
Sorry, man. Your wife heard about the bachelor party, man. You better talk to me before you talk to her. Knock Knock Jokes Day. Knock Knock.
Who's there?
Come in. Increase your psychic powers day.
God.
Candy Apple Day, Caramel Apple Day, Carve a Pumpkin Day.
That's hard.
I saw a thing the other day where they used a pressure washer to carve
cut a pumpkin.
Yeah, cut up the pumpkin, and it actually turned out really good.
On Guam, man.
Try that out.
Me and my kid did one the other day, and
did he vomit?
No, the chickens killed it. We put it outside.
Why would he vomit?
A couple hours later, the chickens ate it, dude.
All right, so he's in college now, so he's not going to hear this. But young Mason, we bought a pumpkin for him one year. And he must have been about 5 years old. And he bought it, and he wanted it, and he had a design he wanted to do with the pumpkin. And I said, okay, I'll watch you because here's a knife. And so he cut all the slits, and he did the thing, and it got the mouth and the eyes, and it was still looking pretty good. I'm somewhere in my phone. I might even have a picture of it. It was looking pretty good. And then I said, okay, well, here's what I want to do. I want to take the seeds out and make pumpkin seeds out of them in the oven. And everybody says, you can do that? I said, yeah, where do you think they come from? And so I said, could you do me a favor and just reach in there and scoop out the seeds? And I don't know if you've ever, with your bare hands, felt...
It's mushy.
It's slimy.
Yes.
It's slimy
It's
and
like a
mushy.
placenta.
And he's scooping these things out, and he's literally turning green. He's literally turning green. But he kept doing it. I could see in his mouth it was already starting to, the gag reflex was coming up with just that. And I felt so bad for when I took over for a little bit. But it's always one of those things that stays in my head. If you want to have fun and you got a little kid with a weak gag reflex, by all means, do the pumpkin. You can
use a spoon.
He never did do anything with the pumpkin seeds. Salt that stuff up, some Ajinomoto, make it all taste great. It's Girl Scout Founder Days, and finally, obviously, it's Halloween.
Yay.
So everybody out there going to be celebrating the Halloween weens. I'm wondering how many people went to work today in costume.
I want to see.
That didn't
Take
know.
pictures.
That didn't know. I bet they're white. But how many people showed up in costume? That's always been my experience,
Thriller.
ladies and gentlemen. But anyways, I'm wondering how many people went to work in costume thinking it was going to be a costume day and get there only to find all of the rest of their co-workers and mates just dressed like we are here this morning. 8:45, and I think that is it for special events and all of that stuff. I tell you what, there's more to come on the Ray Gibson Show. In the next little bit, we'll have some folks in the studio talking about golf courses. It'll be an exciting show, at least for me, because it's kind of in a blind spot for me these days, but there seems to be a whole lot of controversy around it, and even enough controversy that has caused yet more division, if you will, in the Republican Party. That's ahead on the Ray Gibson Show.
Breaking news, Guam! KFC is bringing you a deal that'll make you say wow every day. For just $25, you get 10 pieces of KFC's famous original recipe chicken, plus 2 large red rice. This is the wow moment you've been waiting for. That's right, no more waiting for a special day. This deal is available every day of the week. Feed the family, treat yourself, and enjoy KFC's famous fried chicken and red rice combo for just $25. KFC, it's finger looking good.
This is a paid ad by Will Parkinson.
Like Will Parkinson, another home run. He reaches out and asks for an emergency session on the bill to save Guam from load shedding, and then it happens. A little bit more urgency.
Hey, you're welcome. I'm Will Parkinson, and I won't stop fighting for you.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you do it.
Today, but this is right on point. And I actually think that there is a future for this guy.
I'm Will Parkinson, and I approve this message.
Half a day. I'm Phil Roberto, a small business owner and a proud supporter of Tina Rose Muñoz Barnes. Tina is a staunch advocate for making Guam a business-friendly environment. She understands how laws and rules and regulations can have a positive and sometimes a negative impact on small businesses, its owners, its employees, and ultimately the customer. Tina understands that small businesses are the heart of Guam's economy. We need to keep Tina in leadership. She puts people before politics. This election, I humbly ask that you vote for Tina Rose Muñoz Barnes. Si Jus Masi.
I'm Tina Muñoz Barnes, and I approve this message.
Well, this is interesting. A survey found the average 8 to 12-year-olds can name 8 brands of beer, but only 4 presidents. Only 4 U.S. presidents.
If you got the time, I got the
Sorry,
beer.
I love that. Love that. Just a few minutes away, as I said, got some folks coming in. We're going to have a conversation about golf courses. It has come up and down, and I will admit to my understanding of it being in the periphery. So I've got a couple of people that have got a deeper understanding of it and what they feel needs to be done to prevent the loss of this municipal facility for the kids, because we need to get these kids on a golf course so they can learn 8 brands of beer and maybe 1 or 2 more of the presidents. There's a story here. Auntie Bennett says, "You rock. Hope you're talking about me." Elena Garcia online. Bunker Menno, Nick Nichols, Elena Garcia, like I said. Donna D was in there. Mike Grace, Bloss, and a whole bunch of other people that have been cruising in and out of the program all morning long. Haven't had a chance to take a look at the YouTube side for just a little bit. So let me see who is there that we might have left off on. Kitsutsu in Conus says, 2 days to go. Please vote Trump. For 2 days? Wait a second. How many days is it from here? Guam Election Commission says we are 4 days and 22 hours away from the general election here on Guam. Ron McNitch has a theory that all of the get-togethers that we're going to be having this weekend, all of the Halloween things that we're going to be doing, and All Souls Day, for those of you that have a patron saint and spend a little bit of social time talking about your saints, will there be opportunities for get-togethers, and will those opportunities for get-togethers lead to people being a little bit more candid in their thoughts about who to vote for or not vote for in this upcoming election? We've made it virtually all the way through October without an October surprise. I think the closest thing that we've got to that is the potential for displeased voters at Will Parkinson, based on what happened the first day of the special session over at the legislature. But I don't know that there has been anything else. There were opportunities, I suppose, for what could have been an October surprise at the end of the special session if Chris Barnett and others would have called for an override attempt of the governor's veto of the bill that would have put the hospital exclusively in Tumon. It passed the legislature. It got 8 votes. Went to the governor's desk, and she vetoed it. Anybody with the sense that God gave horses knows that was going to happen. And it has always been out there dangling. And then the governor came out and said, they're working with the guys over at Gura. Give them a loan. They're going to take that loan, buy this scrub dirt out around in Manilao, not too far away from the soccer field or football field or whatever game gets played out there. But they're going to use that to purchase that. And that should have already been consummated by now. That there does not seem to have been any action. And it would have been great, I think, if they had used that as a mechanism to call out members of the 37th Guam legislature that were working instead for the best interests of Governor Lulian Guerrero and the people over at Adelup. There's some obvious examples of people that support the governor's decision there. And I don't know that individual, those individuals would have been counted on to support the override, but it's possible they could have gotten another vote. They decided the timing was bad. For whatever reason, the timing is bad, and so they're going to hold it off until maybe later in the session, if at all. If at all. The results of the election are going to be the results of the election, and it is possible that there might be up to 4 lame duck senators in the 37th Guam legislature that by popular demand are going to be asked not to return for the inauguration ceremonies for the 38th Guam legislature. I don't know who those 4 people are, and I don't know who their replacements are. We wait out whatever research that there is, but all of the research that I've been seeing so far is for entertainment purposes only. Hey, there's a MailChimp poll over here, or the radio station's got a poll over there. The TV guys have got a poll over on the other thing. But they are all polls where you can, as many times as you want to, as often as you like, go and make a vote. Which means that the level of accuracy in any of those votes is highly suspect. Dr. Ron McNitch says he has been conducting research on some of the polls. I have not necessarily seen any recent research from him. Hint, hint, Ron. But then again, maybe the research that I did see is sufficient to make a determination that there are certain predictions that are out. that are out there that are actually going to come true. The big race to watch anyway is what's going to be happening between Ginger and Jimmy. Yesterday, the Chamber had their thing last night. The last of the forums. I don't know that there's anything else going on between now and Election Day other than a whole lot of waving and a whole lot of campaigning and a whole lot more social media ads. One of the groups that I'm in posted a random website out there. and scrolled up and down from the top of the website down to the bottom of it, and it was all Ginger Cruise commercials. It was all little banners for Ginger. It had the horizontal banner, and it had the the vertical banner, and the big ones and the little ones. Just whatever story you were trying to read, there was a Ginger ad at each one of the corners. I thought that was kind of fascinating. 9:54, and if I get time between now and the end of the show or the end of the week, I might spend a little bit of time talking about the triggers that we've got. Our kids have got triggers these days. There's a couple of stories I've been holding on to. I'm reminded that I was holding on to by a new trigger that I'm reading about here, where schools used to, once upon a time, when I was in school, we used to have mock elections, right? You'd hand out a ballot to all of the students in the school. They teach them how it works. 15, 16-year-olds, middle school kids, high school kids, they don't know anything about elections. They hear their mom and dad, yakking about it, or maybe hear me talking about it on the radio on the way to school, but they don't really know about the way the elections actually work. So once upon a time, the sisters, the history class teachers or whatever, civics teachers, would conduct mock elections and hand out ballots, and then the big boy in the class, the one the teacher trusted most, goes out, collects all of them, and then they score them and see who the class thinks ought to be the president, who the class thinks ought to be the governor, or who the class thinks ought to be the senators. It's just an exercise in the civic process of elections. And now everybody is afraid of doing them. Schools are treading carefully. Axios reports this with mock elections. If you're really smart,
I'll show you how to cheat.
You're going to tell your administration ahead of time, and maybe even send a letter home to parents letting them know that you plan to do this and what your goals are. They say new laws dictating how schools teach history, civics, and other so-called divisive issues, along with the general trend toward extreme partisanship, have had a chilling effect on teachers. And they say that a fair number of students as well are wary of the idea of voting because the discourse is so highly divided in our national politics that even the kids are stressing out about whether or not they want to have these mock elections in schools. And did you hear how they described this? The history, civics, and divisive issues. Like other divisive issues, like, wait a second, what's wrong with history? Why is civics all of a sudden a bad word among some of these people? And the answer is right before your very eyes. There was a story that I've got in front of me. There it is. Supreme Court allows Virginia to remove non-citizens from voter rolls. Why does this need to go to the Supreme Court of the United States of America? Why would something like this need to go there? If you are a citizen of another country, you have no place voting in our election. Even if you are a citizen from another country that intends to live here, well, go get yourself naturalized. There's an entire process where
we can't vote in Philippines, right? You and me.
We cannot vote in the Philippines.
Not in China. What about China?
Dude, there's
Can we
places
vote in China?
if they find out that you're voting fraudulently in their country, that's jail.
Oh, okay.
You're going to jail. And we got scary jails here in this country. I don't know about scary jails off in other countries. I've seen what they look like in different places on documentaries. And that'll scare you straight.
Human rights.
Why did this even need to go to the Supreme Court? The good news, the U.S. Supreme Court voted 6-3. Why wasn't this unanimous is the other question. Why would there be 3 dissenting votes to allow Virginia officials
3 weird people
to remove suspected non-citizens of it? Do we need to say who they were?
That's 3 weird judges, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Say their name.
Sonia Sotomayor.
Of course.
Elena Kagan and Ketanji Brown Jackson dissented. Ketanji Brown was the one in her hearings, would not indicate whether she could describe a woman or not.
I said woman.
They would not have granted the order. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit found unanimously on October 27th that taking the names off the voter rolls within 90 days of the approaching election violated the National Voter Registration Act. There's a prohibition on all of that. Supreme Court previously held that courts should not change rules close to an election because doing so creates a risk of causing confusion. But the point that the Virginians made was that these are not U.S. voters. They're irrelevant. They're not there. We've identified them as non-citizens, and they should not be on the rolls.
Steer the direction of our country.
Exactly. And how many new non-citizens and non-voters do we have floating around in this country?
It's like people that show up to a party, man, and they weren't invited.
Wait. What's wrong with that?
Oh.
What did you hear?
Not you, man.
What happened? What did you hear?
Yeah, not you.
I've always been under the suspicion. I've never tried it out.
There was wondering who's that white guy, man, at the party.
I've never.
Who invited him?
Who's the party crasher? I've never. How do I want to say this? Tested the theory, but I've got a working theory. You know, after having been on the radio. And to have some degree of notoriety in this town. I've always believed that, you know, any of those birthday parties you see on Marine Corps Drive over by a Lupang or something on the beach or somewhere.
Game.
Yeah. I always thought, you know, I'd just go and mosey in and see if anybody questions who invited me at these events. I'm sure you have as well. What's that? Fancy ads will not let you get reacquainted with people after long years of absence. Boy, there's politicking and commentary going on online on the YouTube side or Facebook side. You want to get in on some of that, then by all means do it now. 8:59 and change, closing in on 9 o'clock in the morning. We got Fox News Live in the next hour. Normally it'd be the small talk portion of the program, but there's a big conversation going on about a golf course in particular and plans to convert it into something else. And as you might imagine, the lines are drawn between the two of them. It's time for Fox.
Neck and neck. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The latest Fox News poll shows a tight race between Vice President Harris and Donald Trump in a key battleground state.
A Fox News poll of over 1,300 Pennsylvania voters finding former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are tied, each with 48% support and 3% backing a third party. The GOP presidential nominee losing a 1-point edge he had in September. When it comes to being a strong leader, he has a 3-point lead with state voters, while the vice president has a 7-point lead on having the right temperament. But voters are split on who would bring needed change.
Fox's Christian Goodwin. Vice President Harris was back in Pennsylvania this afternoon campaigning in Harrisburg.
As your president, I pledge to seek common ground and common sense solutions to the challenges you face.
Harris will rally later tonight in Madison, Wisconsin. This is a Pennsylvania judge has agreed to extend an in-person voting option in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, where long lines on the final day led to complaints that voters were being disenfranchised by an unprepared election office. Former President Trump blasting Vice President Harris for voting in favor of the Inflation Reduction Act in 2022.
Kamala Harris cast the deciding votes that launched the worst inflation in the history of our country.
The Commerce Department says the U.S. economy grew at a 2.8% annual rate from July through September this year. Consumer spending, which accounts for about 70% of U.S. economic activity, accelerated to a 3.7% annual pace last quarter. Fox News Radio will be providing special coverage of Election Day on Tuesday, November 5th, beginning at 6 p.m. Eastern. Listen for updates on this station and online at foxnewsradio.com. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and guam bomb roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
A $1 billion scheme to falsely certify teachers has been broken up in Texas.
5 people with current or past connections to Houston schools are in custody. Harris County DA Kim Ogg says right now the scope of the fraud is still unknown, but the evidence they have shows
At least 400 tests were taken and at least 200 teachers falsely certified.
that uncertified number covers teachers statewide. The accused mastermind is the head basketball coach at a Houston high school who allegedly banked more than $1 million from this. The others acted as recruiters, test takers, and proctors. The school employees are on leave. All are charged with engaging in organized criminal activity. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
A job networking app using AI to connect job seekers and employers.
One of the big social networks primarily tasked with helping job seekers network for that next position is now turning to artificial intelligence to help those who are hiring find the kind of employee they want to onboard. LinkedIn is now deploying what it calls Hiring Assistant to employers on the network. It's an AI designed to lighten the load for recruiters, not just screening out unfit applicants, but also making contact with prospective recruits to get more information and even schedule interviews. LinkedIn says it trained the AI using the resume data of its existing 1 billion users. Evan Brown, Fox News.
2 New York Yankees fans who were ejected from Game 4 of the World Series last night for interfering with Dodgers right fielder Mookie Betts are banned from tonight's game. Betts leaped at the wall in foul territory and initially caught the ball, but one fan grabbed Betts' glove with both hands and pulled the ball out. The other fan grabbed Betts' non-gloved hand. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Stay connected for your chance to win $2,000 in cash from IT&E. From now until December 22, prepaid and postpaid subscribers all have the chance to win the grand prize or weekly prizes like gift certificates, a TV, gaming console, smartwatch, and more. To earn entries, renew or sign up on a plan, pay your postpaid bill on time, enroll in autopay, or purchase prepaid load and products. Visit ite.net or any IT&E store for details. IT&E, connections that matter.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Half a day. I'm Jessie Sky Lujan. My dad, Senator Jesse Lujan, is running for re-election as your senator. He's dedicated to serving the people of Guam. Please vote for my dad, Senator Jesse Lujan. Thank you. Si Juus Maasi. Maraming salamat po.
I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan, and I approve this message.
Okay, what's BP Smart Pay?
So it uses your smartphone to pay when shopping at the grocery store, mall, or wherever they accept contactless payments.
Restaurants too?
Yep.
Okay, how?
It's easy. Go to your wallet on your smartphone and enter your Bank Pacific Visa debit card, and presto, your smartphone is now Smart Pay ready.
BP Smart Pay. I like it.
Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots for over 70 years. Member FDIC.
Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL American President Lines. Global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the guys over at NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. Always start there because gas is still expensive. And then I want you to buy a Nissan because they're all real gentle on gas station visits, including the Versa. $143 a paycheck, up to 35 miles per gallon. Here's another one up to 35 miles a gallon. The Sentra. Kicks are crazy. You're going to love riding around in these things. They just had a big reveal party for the Kicks over the last weekend, and lots of people got in and had a chance to see them. Remodeled, reimagined from the ground up, new interiors, exteriors, a lot more safety features, all of that stuff. But it's not the only one that has been redid. I've actually got, for the next conversation, I've actually got Van Shelley from Nissan and Infiniti in the studio. Turn the microphone on and hold it a little bit close to your face so everybody can hear you. The Kicks is not the only new and improved for 2025, is it?
No, it's not. We've got a lot of new products in the pipeline, and as much as I'd love to talk about Nissan,
well, I know, but I got a Nissan guy in here.
I'm here as a Didido resident and a 45-year resident of Guam with 2 kids born and raised here and 2 Chamorro grandkids, and.
Well, they'll drive Nissan, so yeah. we'll save some of the other conversations about the Rogue and all the great improvements. I know people that were going to buy one anyway saw the new version of it online.
Fabulous.
And said, "Oh really? My God, yeah. Wait until that deal comes out, guys." 8 after 9 o'clock in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Again, brought to you by NissanGuam.com.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
After 9 o'clock in the morning, and by way of getting into a little bit of the conversation that we're having, there are some people absolutely delighted that we've got have done so much and pushing so much towards renewable energies and things like that. And I always try to throw a little bit of caution in there because I'd like to have one of these solar systems up on the roof of my house. I think it'd be great to be able to reduce some of the cost that I got to give back to the Guam Power Authority. But there's a whole lot of questions. The cost that I would need to incur on all of that stuff. Cost of maintenance, all of the things that I would need to buy in order to make it work with a GPA off out of the house business versus what I'm bringing in, grid tie inverters, all of that. There's a lot of big question marks for consumers to do that. They've been trying to answer the question in Hawaii, and there has been a new survey that is out that says that Hawaii is #1 in the nation with the highest electricity costs, higher than Guam. Hawaii's got the highest. Oahu has the highest electrical rates in Guam. And what have they been investing in all of these years? All this renewable energy. We got wind, we got solar, and we got all of this stuff. And the ratepayers there are paying more for their electricity than we are here. It seems to me that there might be a germ of a cautionary tale in that story, at least on that side of the policy. So whenever somebody starts running around and starts talking about, hey, we're going to do this and we're going to make a solar plant, I always try to, as I said, put a little bit of a caution in all of that. And then I started hearing about a golf course that they wanted to turn into a solar farm. And I thought, wait a second, hold on. Not only do we have issues with the so-called renewables and stability and is it ready for prime time and all of that stuff, now we're going to take a piece of pristine green that we've got on beautiful Guam, and turn that into what a big chunk of the northern Guam is starting to look like. You ever fly over Guam, and the plane has got the view on that side of the plane where you can see where it's going out. And I don't know, I'm not one of those people that says, wow, that's gorgeous, wow, that's beautiful, that's going to bring all kinds of tourists to Guam. It really does make a difference on the landscape. Those are my thoughts as we go into the conversation about what I think some people are referring to as the GICC solar farm. We'll hear from some people in this hour, among them Van Shelley, who kind of introduced himself just a few minutes ago, longtime resident of Guam, kids, grandkids all over the place. Not a bad golfer, I'm told. And so he's brought some information. And he's got some people that will be calling in and giving us a glimpse of what we probably should be thinking a lot harder about as we move forward with this proposed idea. And we've got Frenchie in the studio as well, just in case he runs out of breath. We got somebody else that can carry the conversation. Good to see you, Frenchie.
Good morning, Ray. It's good to see you too.
The pleasure is all mine. We've been patting each other on the back on certain victories that have been taking place around the nation. Just a few days away from a Trump victory. How's that?
Well, let's pray.
Yeah. I know. And even after all of the votes are cast, I'm told it'll still be something on the order of about 3 months before we get to figure out who the new president of the United States is going to be. I don't know what's going to happen between the 5th and the eventual inauguration date, but those are among the things I think about. You guys have been spending a lot of time thinking about this golf course deal. So from the top, lay it out in as concise a way as you can. What is it that you want our listeners to know? Because there are allegations that are flying around. We got Senator Joanne Brown talking about this land grab and things like that, and I'm hearing about all kinds of tensions in the Republican Party about people who don't seem to be moving in the same direction as the rest of the party. And so, as I mentioned, it's kind of been in a little bit of a blind spot for me, and go ahead and bring it down into the center spotlight for Ray.
Ray, thanks for having us. First and foremost, I'm not here as a representative of Nissan. I'm here as a resident of Guam, somebody who's been here for years, loves the island, want to see the best for the island. And there's been so much what I consider to be misinformation, and it's been pretty much one-sided. And what we would hope to accomplish is to get the Paul Harvey other side of the story. The rest of the story, yes. And we could actually speak for hours, much less 20 minutes, on the problems with this proposal. without saying a word about the benefits of golf. I initially got into this because both of my two boys were raised in a junior golf program that was hugely successful when we had what I consider to be a true municipal golf course, which was Admiral Nimitz Golf Course. We had as many as almost 300 children. I was one of the original founders of the Guam Junior Golf League, and that got so big we needed to form a second junior golf organization because we didn't have sufficient coaches versus the child ratio. We started the Junior Golf Academy, so both of them were hugely successful. And we got scholarships for boys and girls left and right. And some of them even went on to play professionally in the Korean Tour and the Canadian Tour, Nike Tour, et cetera. So that was my interest. It's still my interest.
Yep.
I would love to see the youth of Guam have the same affordable benefits to learn golf as much as my own children had. And my future grandchildren, which, you know, a lot of people don't realize I have 2 half-tomorrow grandkids. So this is my home, but we can't do that without proper training facilities and the presentations that they have made about, you know, junior golf being available. All you have to do is look at where is junior golf. If all those facilities are so available and active, they're non-existent. But we can go down a long list of issues with this project without even discussing golf. And
but that seems to have been the focus of it from the angles that I have heard. Is it's just a bunch of rich white guys that want to maintain access to their rich white guy sport. Is the way that's the way I've heard it couched before. And I'm going, no. I know about junior golf. I've supported you guys over the years. I once upon a time picked up a golf club with my old man and the course, not the course that we used to run around to, but you remember there used to be a junior golf driving range on the way to Two Lovers Point once upon a time, and I thought it was great. And you know, for me, it was just a place to go and hit golf balls until I realized that Bunny and everybody else was using the money to help support junior golf programs on Guam, and we just and I don't know that such a thing exists anymore.
Right. Well, to put that one to rest, excuse me, and the false accusations that have been made regarding that. Speaking of golf, once these comments were made about, oh, this is just a bunch of guys who, you know, want cheaper green fees for themselves and want to make millions off of owning a golf course, I immediately said, let's put that to rest. And let's form a nonprofit organization, which we have done, Guam Municipal Golf. Michael Gatewood is the attorney representing us to submit that nonprofit.
Scratch golfer.
And some people might be very interested to know the governor's son, Ken Cook, is the treasurer. And so we're not interested in making money. We're interested in providing a very good morale and welfare location for the community of Guam, specifically for juniors. But it goes beyond that. When you have a municipal golf course, you have all of the nonprofits that are always doing tournament fundraisers.
Yeah.
And where's the best place that they can do a tournament fundraiser to maximize their profits? It would be at a municipal golf course where they get lower rates, so they have a bigger return on their fundraising. And then you get to tourism. This is not just about local golfers. While local golfers, the municipal golf course is designed for them primarily, certainly tourists could play for those tee times that aren't occupied by local golfers to help raise revenue. So the Guam Visitors Bureau Board also voted in opposition of this bill because they see that the false premise that GICC put forth that says, oh, there's too many golf courses, which is why we can't pay the rent, which is why we don't need another golf course. GVB recognizes that pre-COVID, Leo Palace had in excess of 300 players per day at Leo Palace alone.
Yeah.
And so when tourism recovers, and everybody believes it will, GVB understands that there will be a loss of golf tourism courses available And to have a municipal golf course for our local players makes sense. So those tourist golf courses can concentrate on their
the tourists,
business,
yes.
which is why those golf courses were built. And so it benefits everyone around, because what happens when you get to the point where we fully recovered and the GSA agents and the tour operators from Japan and Korea call in to our tourist golf courses and say, hey, we'd like to book this date for these tee times, and they say, Joe, I'm really sorry, we're full.
Yeah.
Do you think those golfers are still going to come to Guam? They're going to go to the Philippines. They're going to go to
On
Okinawa,
opportunity
they're
will
going to
reopen
Vietnam,
Rota,
they're
et
going to go
cetera.
to Thailand.
All of our other competitive destinations.
They're not coming.
We've had, this is
And so
not
this
too far off of a conversation I had with Mark Baldiga, and expressing concerns that with the downturn and the slump that we are in with the holiday business and the closing of businesses, and many of them have been chronicled here on the radio, there's fewer activities for tourists to do when they get here, and we're about to plow one under and put solar panels on it.
So this would affect businesses well beyond just the local golfing community. It affects tourism as a whole. So you're talking about hotels, you're talking about restaurants, you're talking about everything. So it's very short-sighted and short-minded, and it was a false premise by GICC to, I think that it's safe for me. I sent you pictures. I hope you post them on Facebook, and about how GICC deliberately destroyed this golf course. So that, I mean, if you look at the pictures now, it'll probably take us at a minimum 6 months, maybe a year, to restore this golf course. They're not maintaining it. You need to put the pictures online so that people can see it.
Sure, I'll get that done.
But now, again, I actually want to spend more time about the problems with putting a solar farm over the golf course. And not so much about, this is all about Guam golfers, because no golfer is against a solar farm. None of us are against a solar farm.
Well, it should be if it's on top of a golf course.
Yes,
but having said
the
that,
location of the golf course is where our issue lies. And I agree with you that we should be looking to subsidize homeowners to put solar panels on their rooftops so that the power draw for GPA is down.
I am a distributed generation guy, and I always have been a distributed generation guy.
100%. That's where they should be going. But here's the issues with the solar farm and where we have a problem. Number one, and Pierre Turan, who is a homeowner adjacent to the golf course, will be able to talk to this issue. You should not be building a commercial solar farm in a residential area. We just recently saw pictures of the destruction of solar farms in Florida under just a Cat 3 storm, not a Cat 4 or Cat 5. Now imagine solar panels breaking off of these solar farms, which is, there's going to be thousands of panels, right? Flying through windows or sliding glass doors or car windshields or anything in a residential area, maybe even maiming and killing somebody. Whose conscience is that going to be on, and whose fault is it going to be if they did that?
Right.
That's number one. Number two, there are hazardous materials that are in the compound construction of solar panels.
Inherent.
Cadmium is one of them, different variations of cadmium and lead. They are non-biodegradable. So when these solar farms, if they break up and they crack or whatever, they get into the soil, they're going into our waterlands.
Yeah.
And you're talking about a huge potential tragedy for the entire island, because this is our primary waterlands.
I was going to say, it's right over the northern aquifer.
You don't put a solar farm over our waterlands. And three, they spent $45 million to build and construct this municipal golf course for the Guam community. You don't build a solar farm over a golf course when you can build a solar farm anywhere. And so those are our three issues. You don't build it in a residential area, you don't put it over a water lens, and you don't destroy a perfectly good morale and welfare location for the entire community.
But has this not been vetted by the experts of the 37th Guam Legislature in a variety of hearings? and have we not gone before our elected representatives and then shown them a little bit of our solar light?
Well, it's funny.
Well,
It's
yeah.
funny you
Wait,
mentioned.
I want to hear from Peter for a second. And we do have a couple of guests on the phone. I got Rick, and I believe Terry is also on the line. So as we develop the conversation a little bit more, some of this has to do with certain legal components of what it is that they're talking about, as well as environmental issues that these two individuals are rather familiar with. Peter, what can you add?
Yeah, well, I got involved with this not because of golf, even though my handicap is golf. But as a resident, they were doing a hearing at the legislature, and I'm a student of Klitsky on the public hearings, and so it piqued my attention. I said, I better go and listen to what they're saying, and then I testified as a neighbor because neither the CLTC nor the GICC try to do an outreach to the residents. And there are a lot of neighbors. If you go and you do every morning the traffic, if you go from Marine Corps on Isangsang all the way to Bumachachu, you have about 900 neighbors there. 900 residents.
I know they are. I've been lost there many times.
Yeah, and they are mostly blue-collar, hardworking people that work very hard to pay for their homes. On the other side, on Bartolu, same thing from Marine Corps to Bumachachu, you have about 190 neighbors. Most of them are actually Gura. Renter on Gura 501.
This is not an undense place.
No, it's not.
And there was a time, once upon a time, that there was an argument. It was a few years back, maybe 10 or 15 years ago. That there was a change in the census, and it actually had an impact on our ability to be able to get grant money out of the federal government because they no longer considered it rural.
That's correct.
Because of the density, all of a sudden it was they reclassified it as urban.
And from Bartolu all the way to Ipapao, there is another 900 residents back there, and if you count Ipapa, which is very close to the golf course, you could impact 5,000 residents with this, basically what is an industrial project in a residential area.
So why didn't they attempt to do more outreach on something that would have affected as many people?
Because I think they wanted to pass it under the carpet and give us the fait accompli. The thing would be built, and people would wake up one day and say, what happened?
Yeah, who said they could do
And
that?
the only people that really were asking the hard question at the legislature was Terry Sterlahe and Joanne Brown. And all the other ones were not there, except for Joe St. Augustine, who, of course, is one of the sponsors of the bill. And he was very, very not forthcoming with his explanation. And basically, then they came up with the excuse that it was a rich white guys that were against it. But if you look all around the neighbors on basically blue-collar or middle-class people that are going to be impacted, because all the studies on the mainland show that you could lose about 10% of the value of your house with being a neighbor of a farm like this. And on top of it, there is all the environmental issues that have not been addressed, except by Joanne Brown, who had already addressed them when the course was built years ago, and she had put reservation, especially with the Guam EPA. Now, the Guam EPA is totally absent of the debate.
Yep.
And then I found out, well, the Guam EPA, they don't even want to give an opinion until after the vote. So, of course, the problem is that...
Well, they're a response agency. They're almost required to.
So I put two FOIAs, a FOIA to CLTC, and they asked for an extension of 30 days, which my legal counsel has told me it would be acceptable. And then I put a FOIA to all the senators, and unfortunately only 3 senators answered. One was Mr. Fisher, who said no documents, which I know is not true because I actually sent him documents. So he doesn't have any.
I'm getting from the inside, and this is starting to look extremely questionable.
If I can.
From one moment, let me read you what I'm getting on my WhatsApp. GICC accounted for 11% of the total rounds of played on Guam pre-COVID. 11% of all of the golf games were here, and that's plenty. And those are coming from the hospitality industry. Never mind what we're getting with the local participation at GICC. The Legislative Committee report, also an insider chiming in, says Legislative Committee report is not favorable to this plan, but it's not being released. Why is it not being released?
Well, that's a big question. I think there are.
So are they going to try to sneak it in?
It seems like there are parties on the island, on both sides of the aisle,
yes,
that have vetted interest in getting that farm going. And Clint Ridgedale is who has been a big proponent of renewable energy. You know, he thinks we can do 100% renewable energy by 2030, which is a pie in the sky. Is one of those people, but
There's
they
no
are
need for
both,
a green conversion.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Phil.
It's ridiculous.
Let me try to get in and address a number of the questions about so fast. First of all, I had one senator ask me why the speaker hadn't released the committee report.
Did you just say not so fast? Are you referring to this as not so fast?
Yeah. So first of all, I want to congratulate the speaker because there is no EPA report and there is no environmental impact assessment study, which would be taking long in the process. So there are a number of questions that need to be answered, and I think she's trying to do a thorough job and do her homework before they say, hey, wait a minute, let's not rush to pass this. Let's make sure we do everything right. So that's the reason why I think, the committee report was held up, because how long is it going to take to do a thorough environmental impact study? And for Guam to rush into this without that done, knowing there's not one but 3 endangered species on this property. Now,
let me put this a different way. If the military had considered doing such a thing, there would have been, the activists would have been all over them. They would have had all of these guys climbing up and down all of the places where I'm expecting my little camera thing to come out of.
You have no idea how right you are.
I know I do know how
Actually,
right
I reached out to Protehi Liktekian, because they advocate.
Why aren't they looking into this?
Well, you know what? Radio silence from Protehi Liktekian, because it's on the wrong side of the wire.
The EPA stops our telephone companies from dredging due to endangered snails, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in delays. And yet the Department of Agriculture, when they went to inspect the property, the manager of GICC refused to give them access. Yes.
Not so fast.
Not so fast. And then they said, have your attorney send us a letter. And then the woman said, okay, we'll get the letter. And then she writes back and she says, I'm sorry, our department head said that we won't do this until we get a permit. Well, once a permit is requested, that means the bill has passed.
Yes.
And that means GPA has signed a PPA agreement. So they're going to, let's all understand that they're going to dance around the edges of truth because they don't want to be sued for millions of dollars getting a green light. And you say, we invested all this money and now you won't give us a permit. Well, who's the head of the Department of Agriculture? Chelsea Munya. Who's the largest investor locally? Well, let's just say it's a family member.
Not so fast. 9:31.
Not
you can see where there's a cloud of questions, and the normal process to be able to ask the questions and receive an answer have all been muted, and it looks like it's all being done on purpose. We have seen this kind of thing happen before.
Ray, I would also, before you get some of the specialists on the phone,
I got to take a break.
All right.
But that doesn't necessarily move, so we're going to come back. If you're on the phone waiting for a shot at it, I will try to squeeze in a few words. We'll get to you because there's a couple of other interesting things that people need to understand about the nature of this and the steps I think that need to be taken. I'm not saying absolutely not, but I'm just saying if we're going to do this, let's do it with everybody's eyes open. 9:32 in the morning. We'll grab a break, beginning with a look at news and headlines with Joan Uggan-Charfers over at KUAM.
Buenas and half a day, Guam. I'm Jonigan Charfris. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Thursday, October 31st. A man is under arrest, accused of attacking a woman known to him before threatening to set her belongings on fire. 42-year-old Eddie Tapasna Santos is charged with arson and family violence. Court documents state Santos allegedly pushed the woman. He allegedly threatened to burn her items when he set his shirt on fire while inside a car. Tapasna fled and left the burning t-shirt behind after a witness stepped in and told him to stop. New Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Kenny Sue is officially ready to start his first day of work. Guam Attorney General Doug Moylan announcing the governor signed the $350,000 employee contract on Wednesday. The Commission on Postmortem Examinations approved the 3-year contract on September 18th to quickly bring the new doctor on board. The former CME Dr. Jeffrey Nine stepped down in April due to family reasons. He was getting paid $200,000. Dr. Sue's contract may increase to $400,000 per year with appropriation from the legislature. He most recently served as the chief medical examiner in Collin County, Texas, and was the forensic pathologist and neuropathologist in Sacramento, California. And a bee's work is never done. The Guam Honeybee Rescue Program is staying as busy as a bee, rescuing and rehoming these pollinators. Matsuki Hirayama has more on a buzz in the Marianas, and you can watch that story right now on our YouTube channel. For these stories and more, visit KUAM.com. You can also stream our newscast on our YouTube channel as well as our Facebook page. Make sure to follow KUAM News on Instagram for the very latest and watch our exclusive local channel now on Peacock by visiting peacocktv.com/local. Jonigan Charfris, KUAM News.
Half a day. I'm Carl Gutierrez. I was Speaker for 4 years and Governor for 8. And I'm proud to endorse Ginger Cruz for Congress because she has the experience, strength, know-how, and network to get the job done for Guam. As my policy advisor and communications advisor, Ginger was instrumental in driving our island's unprecedented growth. Her tireless dedication to the people of Guam was unmatched, and after her time at Adelup, she took her talents to Washington, D.C.
I think in my testimony I talked about stabilization and reconstruction environments being
working at the highest levels of the federal government. I know her love for our island, her deep belief that my fellow veterans are an abiding priority, and I know we can trust her with our future. Join me, vote for Ginger Cruz for Congress. Si Juus Maarsi.
I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this message, and I humbly ask for your vote.
From roaming the streets of Derrida as a teenager to serving as a non-commissioned officer on a mission in Iraq, and now teaching in our schools, this journey has taught me a crucial lesson. It's not just about speaking, it's about listening, to truly understand, not just to respond. Our legislature needs leaders who listen. I want to hear your concerns, understand your needs, and work together to create positive change for our island. My name is Vince Borja, and I'm asking for your vote this election. Together, we can make Guam a better place. My name is Vince Borja, and I approve this message.
Half a day. I'm Annette Atta. My husband Tony and I have been together for more than 40 years. He's an amazing husband, father, and grandfather. Tony has always answered the call to serve, whether it be as a soldier in the U.S. Army, as a member in various community organizations, or as a multi-term lawmaker. This coming November, please give him the chance to once again serve our island. Please vote for my husband, Tony Atta, for Senator. Thank you.
I'm Tony Atta, and I approve this message.
This time check is brought to you by Ginger Cruz for Congress. Now more than ever, Guam needs strength, experience, and intelligence in Congress. It's time for a leader. Vote Ginger Cruz.
Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
Oh, my God. I'm sorry. Yeah, there's comments. I got demand an EIS from says Sam Mabini for sure. We're talking about all of these installations, THAAD missiles and Aegis Ashore installations that the military needs to do all of this stuff on. I can't do two things at once, unfortunately. I got Rosita says, keep the golf course, please. Rico Blancaflor says this should remain as well. It's a great piece of property. And on the line now, I wanted to see if I could grab a couple of telephone calls from folks that have got kind of allied interests in what's going on. We'll begin with, I believe, Terry Griffiths on line one. Joe, is that correct? Good morning, Terry. Welcome to Talk Radio on Guam. Buenos Zen Half a Day. How are you?
Yes, good morning, Ray. How are you?
I'm doing terrific. I'm sorry you were having difficulties getting into the radio station. I've got my own difficulties, but that's just me being me. But Van was mentioning your role in this conversation is to highlight some issues that are occurring out in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And I Googled it, USVI solar lawsuit, and it's kind of amazing some of the things that are popping up here. Homeowners file lawsuit against this pro-solar company over faulty solar systems and dangerous installations. That is just one of a couple of stories that are being highlighted from just a basic Google search. It seems like there's a hard court press to move forward with these things without a whole lot of oversight. Is that the feeling that you get when you hear about what's coming up on Guam?
Well, the solar industry is not regulated. And there's two sides to solar. There's the big solar farms on the generational side of the grid, and then there's the distribution side when you put them on your house.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard you say, Ray, you would think about putting it on your house. Never put it on a roof. Whenever you put screws in your roof, you're always chancing leaks. But sometimes things happen to the wiring and you have a fire. In Florida, they're canceling homeowners insurance with anybody having solar on the roof, so you know.
Wow.
But we have another expert who will be opining on the issue. On the generation side, it runs up the prices. The electricity is not reliable. And I'll let Rick Smith, he'll be on here later, talk about that and how expensive it is in California. They're the poster child for the failure of the solar industry. I in particular have been fighting across the Midwest. We have a large group fighting it because they're putting solar farms on agricultural land, and I think Dr. Geyer will be calling in. There's cadmium in the panels, and even if a lot of times the solar people will say, oh, well, we're not going to use the panels for cadmium. They do it anyway. But even if they don't, there's other toxic chemicals. So it's just a bad deal on the generational side. What's driving that bus is the subsidies. The taxpayer money's going into it. But that's shifting. People are starting to do the cost-benefit analysis. So it costs this. They collect all the taxpayer subsidies. On the con side, you have the potential for soil contamination, water contamination. I was actually in the U.S. Virgin Islands when the Irma and Maria hit, and our gigantic solar farm, it turned into missiles. There were, like Van was talking about, there were solar panels everywhere through people's houses, windows. I saw a solar panel, car windshields. So, property values around there, the residential will drop drastically because nobody wants to live next to a big solar farm and have solar panels come through the sides of their walls. I actually saw a solar panel through a concrete wall. When you have 220 winds, that's a driving force. It's really a bizarre circumstance. But this is a really bad deal. It's shifting. If people want to put solar on their houses, that's their prerogative. I would ask everybody, because the solar people don't tell you, it may cost you more to dispose of those panels than it did to install them. Yet they can't be recycled, and I would emphasize to everybody in Guam, because you're an island community, think about how you're going to dispose of them. A big solar farm, I am guessing, that's the best kept secret in the Virgin Islands. I'm guessing all those panels went to Haiti. The United States is dumping these panels in third world countries, Africa, Haiti, Dominican Republic. This is bad karma. How is this green? I don't get it. But that's my little summary.
Well, maybe there's a lot of not so fast that we've got to be asking even at the national level. There's, as you heard, maybe I have the idea of putting a solar panel up on the roof and bringing my electric bill down from $400 a month to something that's a little bit more manageable. Allows me to, get out in a golf game every once in a while, get some cold beer. On the base load side, I've got issues with, the cost benefits and then the reliability issues. And we've all seen what happens when you become too reliant on solar and other renewables. Virtually once a quarter, there's a story about some municipality, definitely in the Hawaiian Islands, where they put too much emphasis on renewable energies. And when the wind doesn't blow or when it starts raining for a few days, all of a sudden they've got to go into what we refer to around here as load shedding. So there's a whole lot of these questions about why are we moving so fast into this. Axios this morning with interesting stories about where the EV market is going to go. Electric vehicles are going to be headed. And I think Volkswagen has now announced that they're going to be shutting down their facilities. There's a lot of, as you say, a lot of these promises in these green deals out there, but at the end of the day, they don't stand to muster, especially when we start releasing we start pulling back off of the subsidies, and it no longer makes economic sense for anybody. 9:42 in the morning. Terry, I appreciate your time. Is there a website that our listeners can go to learn more about you and the battles that you were fighting and the windmills that you tilt against?
We need to do that, but I would encourage everybody to watch Michael Moore's Planet of the Humans. It's on the entire documentary is on YouTube. It'll spell out what's going on. The only green in the green energy is the greenbacks people are lining their pockets with. The only place to put solar is on your house, and I don't mean on your roof. You can do a carport or a canopy or whatever. Don't put it on your roof, and have reliable energy. Just don't tie into the grid or have a transfer switch.
Really, not even one of those. The grid tie. That's interesting.
Well, it's not good to grid tie.
Okay. What about grid? Solar panels and batteries at the house. Your thoughts?
Yes, your backup batteries. If you grid tie and the grid goes down, you don't have any power.
That's a fact. 9:43 in the morning. Appreciate your time. Appreciate the thoughts. And if you change your mind about popping up a website or something like that, then by all means, WhatsApp one of the guys in the studio.
Link to you, Ray.
All right, groovy. Have a fantastic day. 888.
More Planet of the Humans.
You know what? I might put that on my list of things to watch here today. 888-8255-888-TALK. Line 2 is Rick Smith, who's also been dying to get into the conversation here this morning about this solar conversion of the GICC Municipal Golf Course. Good morning, Rick. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, and I guess it's Happy Halloween over there.
It is, yeah. We're a day ahead of you. I'm not going to make any jokes about what Van's wearing into the studio here today. I think that would be rather classless of me. But otherwise, we got a bunch of good-looking guys in the studio pondering questions about what the heck is going on. And it looks like some of the creepiness of what we see and hear happening in the mainland and other places seems to be creeping into the waters that we've got here on Guam, almost literally.
Yeah. Well, thank you for allowing me to share some thoughts against the concept of getting too carried away with large solar facilities. Obviously, it sounds like the environmental risks are kind of off the charts. But besides that, particularly as an island nation, energy security and the supply chain of things like fuel, of course, are very important. On one hand, on the surface, it sounds good because putting in a large solar farm is going to reduce your fuel that you need to use, and save some money there. But there's another problem. The problem is having power that's available when you need it. It's called dispatchable power. And California kind of got a little carried away. In fact, we're right up there with Hawaii in terms of there are days in California where 78% of the energy is green. And that's a scary amount of energy. But the thing is, after spending gobs of money, we haven't moved the needle as far as having a long-term utopian solution of being able to really be dependent on the green energy, because sometimes it's not there. So we are probably, I just have to tell you guys, my highest cost that I pay for my second tier of electricity is 59 cents. And I'm in the PG&E territory. That seems like that's not at all competitive with where it should be.
59 cents a kilowatt hour?
Yes.
My jaw's on the ground here, Rick. I just checked with the power company because I wanted to confirm where we were today in terms of kilowatt hours, and our blended rate is about 35 cents per kilowatt hour. 35.3566 per kilowatt hour on Guam.
Okay. Well, there are times during the day, I have to admit, when I can get it cheaply for 35 or 40 cents a kilowatt hour. But the bottom line is, in order to make this green energy really useful, you need to back it up with storage. And now you've got yet another environmental problem with having mass amounts of batteries. And these batteries, they last about 10 years, but piles and piles of money. So if you're building your house using batteries and solar panels for a commercial for your main power grid, you're probably going to spend 5 or 6 times more than you need to. And you're basically, it sounds good because we're reducing greenhouse gases, but it's not getting the job done, and it's ultimately going to cost somebody. There seems to be this magic correlation. Hawaii, lots of green, high cost. California, lots of green, high cost. I honestly don't know where all the money, how it flows, but it is suspicious that there seems to be that correlation between rampant cost and green.
Well, I've never been. You'd brought up climate change and greenhouse gases and things like that, and I've never really bought into that. I find that a lot of the conversation is very, very hysterical. And generally, I learned a long time ago. Anytime John Kerry is speaking, you need not listen to virtually anything that the guy has to say. Rick, you got anything else that you think our listeners might need to know as we begin to finish compare and contrast what's going on here versus what we're seeing stateside?
Well, I think my parting thought would be in terms of building an energy future, having diverse. There's a lot of pressure to sort of use what fuels you have to use. Make sure you use the cleanest fuels. But what that does is it drives diversity out of the supply chain. So it would not be a sin in my mind for an island like Guam to have diversity between not just compressed, not just LNG. And diesel, but also, don't hit me for saying it, coal.
Oh, no, that was pondered many years ago. I was hoping you'd move in the direction of waste to energy and Walkman-sized nuclear reactors that we might be able to use. I mean, the military's been using them for years. Well, half of the ships in Apra Harbor are attached to some kind of nukey device. And if it's good enough for the U.S. military, it ought to be good enough for us to be able to attach to our utility grid. I'm a nut for waste to energy. I don't know why we've managed to live on Guam with just
understanding is
storing
the military is going to put nuclear power here for the missile defense system. So you can't use Fukushima or Chernobyl. Those are old technologies. The new nuclear technology is absolutely safe. You can add them in what they call 50 megawatt pods. And that would be pure, clean energy. If I can, because I know that we're going to run out of time, I do want to mention a few things. Number one, in front of the speaker's hearing, 3 people testified: Carlos Camacho, Terry Chang, and Yohei Kiyoki, the GM of GICC. I think it's the secretary of GICC. Carlos Camacho is a consultant. By GovGuam law, they were required to declare their financial benefit if, in fact, this bill passed. None of them did that.
No disclosure.
No disclosure. They didn't follow Guam law.
Well, it's disappointing considering the names that we're talking about.
You want to know why? Because there's a huge financial interest. And so, if nothing else...
Are we done with Rick? I'm going to let him go?
Oh, yes.
Okay, Rick, I appreciate your time. Thanks very much for calling in. It's an interesting conversation at all levels, and then maybe I need to spend more time asking questions.
Before we get to the end, I do want to take the opportunity, because I look at this as bipartisan, for and against. I want to thank the 6 senators, 3 Democrats, the Speaker, Chris Barnett, and Sabina for voting against opposing this solar farm. And I want to thank Joanne Brown, Tello Taitigui, and Senator Blas for opposing this. The other 9 senators are the ones that are rushing to vote for this. And I want people to know where their positions are, if they haven't voted yet, how they go out and how they vote. Because absolutely, if nothing else, we need to hit the pause button and say, let's not rush into this.
No,
let's
not
get
so
a
fast. I like that one
complete
better. Not so
environmental
fast.
impact study. Let's get a complete EPA, because as they mentioned, there is no procurement written plan by EPA to dispose of these solar panels. Now, if they're not...
Well, what happened to the ones after Mawar? I mean, John F. Kennedy High School had an old farm up on the rooftop, and it was all over the place the next day.
You cannot take them to the landfill. But my point is, if there is no procurement procedure today for these panels, how are they not toxic? If they weren't toxic, you could take them to the landfill. This is what they want to put over the water lens.
Interesting.
I'm sorry, they absolutely should not do that.
At 9:51 in the morning, we've got time for another break and maybe another phone call after these.
It's no secret that trust in our government has taken a hit due to the influence of the well-connected. We've all seen special interest legislation and sweetheart deals that only benefit companies that have yet to pay their fair share to the government. And instead of being held accountable, they've been rewarded. promising profits from solar farms to fund infrastructure improvements. But history has shown that the sweet scent of corruption only leads to destruction, just like the environmental disaster at Marbo Cave. We must protect and preserve our environment and natural resources. Let's put an end to government corruption once and for all. Vote Joanne Brown for Senator.
Paid for by the committee to elect Joanne Brown for Senator, Eleanor Borja, Treasurer.
I know what it takes to be a non-voting delegate in the U.S. Congress. I know that it requires intelligence, ideas, and how to take advantage, not just of relationships, but of situations and conditions. In Washington, D.C., it isn't who you know, it is how you are known. Ginger Cruz is already known in Washington, D.C. from her previous service in the executive branch, in housing and the Department of Defense. She is known to be persuasive and clear-thinking. With her, we have a candidate who has plans. Someone who knows how to navigate the Pentagon, not just Nimitz Hill. You'll know these two candidates. Who do you think can be a people-focused leader who will protect your interests? Forceful leadership is needed in these times, and this is the time for Ginger Cruz.
I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this message, and I humbly ask for your vote.
This is a paid ad by Will Parkinson.
Like Will Parkinson, another home run. He reaches out and asks for an emergency session on the bill to save Guam from load shedding, and then it happens. A little bit more urgency.
Hey, you're welcome. I'm Will Parkinson, and I won't stop fighting for you.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you do it.
Today, but this is right on point. And I actually think that there is a future for this guy.
I'm Will Parkinson, and I approve this message.
9:53 Ray Gibson Show, and still a lot of ground to cover as always. There's a very good possibility that after everybody gets back from wherever they're going, we might want to continue the conversation again. It is beginning to look suspect to me that all of the response agencies and possibly people at the legislature should be asking more questions, and they're not. And it sounds to me like they're not asking the questions because they don't want anybody to know what the answers are.
Thanks. Ray, before you get off, I just want to make a recommendation to all the voters to please contact the Chamorro Land Trust commissioners and let them know what you feel about this, because the Chamorro Land Trust is basically handing a sweetheart deal to a company that failed to manage a golf course, deliberately destroyed it to try to make a case as to why they need to convert it because there's not enough golfers. CCP has 120 packs on weekdays and 180 on weekends without tourism. So the golf is there. Mm-hmm. They're using it as an excuse, but you're giving it to a failing company. And if, in fact, the money is so important, why would you let them have a lease that is discounted for morale and welfare at their current rent agreement and not establish a new rent agreement? And what I would ask all of you
Which they're charging the people over in the hot rod community to do for Calvo Memorial Park.
What I would ask all the people to do is please call the CLTC commissioners and say, number one, you should cancel this lease with GICC for breach of contract. If you look at the pictures of the current golf course, you can see that they're not maintaining it. Number two, if they feel so convinced that this is such a great deal, put out an RFP. GICC can bid on that same RFP. Maybe you're going to get substantially more money. What I think you're going to find out is that, number one, you're going to get better offers. But number two, you should make that offer on a different piece of land. Why can't you have the best of both worlds? You have the acreage there. Give them and say, we'll give you the same deal on another 2 acres somewhere else so that we can make all parties happy and we can do the best for the people of Guam throughout the entire island, through the nonprofits, through the golfing community, through junior golf. For those that think they're going to get a lower energy bill if these solar farms get built, that's questionable. But at least call your commissioners and say, this smells bad. You didn't put out an RFP. You handed this bill to a company that's failed to perform and has failed to pay rent. Something is wrong with this deal. It smells fishy.
Yep.
And so don't have the people thinking of you that way. Please stop, withdraw the resolution, go back and start with a new piece of paper, start over, and let's do it and do it right.
All right, two thoughts. One of them is that members of the CLT aren't voted in by the people of Guam. Unfortunately, there's oversight needs to be provided from the governor's office, number one, and number two over at the legislature. You said there were 6 people that did not support the legislation. That means there were 9 people that did support the legislation. You wouldn't happen to have their names, would you?
Funny you should ask.
Oh, like it was scripted.
The 9 senators that voted in favor of this bill and tried to stop delegation and even tried to stop amendments. Senator Tina Barnes, Senator Amanda Shelton, Senator Joe St. Augustine, Senator Roy Kanata, Senator Dwayne San Nicolas, Senator William Parkinson, Senator Jesse Lujan, Senator Chris Danius, and Senator Tom Fisher. Those are the 9 senators that voted for this legislation, this bill, without doing their homework. I'm sorry, they can say they did not. And please vote for the 6 senators that are in support of keeping the golf course and opposing this dangerous bill over our waterlands.
All right, there's obviously more to the conversation. Peter, I want to grab one more call if you don't mind.
Very fast. I'd like to mention that the FOIAs I've put out are due today, and I will follow through for the people that didn't answer.
Jungle Watch?
With a lawsuit.
Jungle Watch? On the website? Jungle Watch?
Oh, not on Jungle Watch, no.
A different
but
one.
I
Let me know what
I
you
did
do.
the FOIA for the senators, and only 3 have answers.
I'll be darned. 9:58 and change. Just quickly, Jim Olerking on the telephone line. Congratulations on that the Cape job with the Abraham Lincoln. Good job on that. I think Jim Smith did outstanding explaining it to me. You've got a couple of points you want to make before we hit the top of the hour.
Yeah, really quickly, Ray. I mean, I'm not going to get into the pros and cons of solar. A lot of discussions on that. But there are other areas on the island that are available. We're taking what was earmarked as a municipal golf course. I've been on the board of the Guam Junior Golf Association. And I think ever since the Navy course closed, the remaining courses on Guam are geared towards tourism, which is great. I mean, we're a golf tourism destination. But we need a location for development of junior golf as well as cost-effective golf for local players. I don't think anybody can say Guam can't benefit from another good golf course. And this course was set up. It just wasn't maintained. The whole leasing arrangement, whatever, they let it go. There's a good clubhouse facility that's got revenue possibilities. There's other locations for solar farms on Guam. They don't need to put it on.
I'm with you.
Be a municipal golf course.
You know, back in the 70s and 80s, there was a lot of complaining. Jim, I'll talk to you soon. There was a lot of complaining about all the Japanese investors coming in and buying up all the land and putting golf courses on them. And I remember my dad, who was a pretty smart guy, saying it's green. They can't take it with you. And I want to stand on the green part. I mean, Guam is a beautiful place, and I think these my low altitude view, they mars the view, and I'd rather not have that. I see now that there's more to consider.
As the nonprofit, Guam Municipal Golf, if the CLTC would turn over management to us, we're more than willing to renegotiate to a rent plus agreement.
And you are now.
When we have success, they can share in that success by getting more rental income from us.
Gotcha, Van. Appreciate the time. Peter, I appreciate your time and all the callers that we were able to sneak in this morning. Back with you tomorrow for the Friday No Frowny Face Ray Gibson Show. In the meantime, it's just after 10. It's time for Fox News on the Point.
Done with their hoaxing, lying, cheating, scheming, plundering, and stealing. Oh, they steal.
Trump's appearing in Green Bay with retired Packers quarterback Brett Favre. Vice President Harris will be in Madison, Wisconsin later tonight. This afternoon, she was in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
No one can sit on the sidelines. Let's spend the next 6 days so when we look back, we will know that we've done everything we could. It's time to knock on doors, time to text and call voters.
The latest Fox News poll finds Vice President Harris and former President Trump are tied in Pennsylvania, each with 48% support. A judge will decide on December 11th whether Eric and Lyle Menendez, who have spent nearly 35 years in prison for shooting their parents to death in 1989, will have a chance to be set free. Attorneys for the brothers never disputed they killed their parents, but had argued that they acted in self-defense after years of emotional and sexual sexual abuse by their father, Jose Menendez. South Korea's military says North Korea test-launched a suspected long-range missile it says is designed to strike the continental United States. If confirmed, it's North Korea's first test firing of an intercontinental ballistic missile since December 2023. Experts say missiles with built-in solid propellants are easier to move and hide. America is listening to Fox News.
Stay on top of the latest forecast with America's Weather Team in the palm of your hands.
Here's the latest from America's Weather Center.
It's Fox weather updates throughout your busy day, every day.
That heat's going to be out there for one more day.
Temperatures being 30 degrees above average.
Put the power of over 100 meteorologists and the worldwide resources of Fox in your hands with the Fox Weather Podcast. Precise, personal, powerful. Subscribe and listen now at foxnewspodcasts.com. Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now.
During a joint news conference with South Korea's defense minister, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin talked about the deployment of North Korean soldiers to help Russia in its invasion of Ukraine.
Secretary Austin says about 10,000 North Korean soldiers are now training in eastern Russia.
Some of these DPRK troops have already moved closer to Ukraine, and we're seeing them outfitted with Russian uniforms and provided with Russian equipment.
The secretary adding the move is a violation of UN security agreements.
This is pretty serious.
And that he's concerned the North Koreans will be sent to fight with the Russians in Ukraine's Kursk region, adding that if they do...
Ukrainian soldiers have the right to defend themselves, and they will do that with the weapons that we provided and others have provided.
The secretary also vowing that no matter what...
Putin will not prevail in Ukraine.
Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
The South Korean defense minister is saying the move may result in increased security threats on the Korean peninsula. Americans are split on Israel's responsibility over the ongoing Middle East conflict, according to a new poll.
The new AP NORC poll shows about half of U.S. voters are extremely or very worried about the possibility of a broader escalation of war in the Middle East, with 4 in 10 concerned that the U.S. will be drawn into the conflict. The AP NORC poll shows about 6 in 10 voters blame terrorist groups Hamas and Hezbollah, as well as Iran. 4 in 10 voters blame Israel. And with a partisan split, about 6 in 10 Democrats say Israel bears responsibility. Only about 3 in 10 Republicans blame Israel. The poll also shows that Republicans are more likely than Democrats to want less U.S. involvement in the Middle East conflict. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
The Grammys will have a new broadcast home starting in 2027. They will appear on ABC. The network and the Recording Academy have signed a 10-year deal. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Stay connected for your chance to win $2,000 in cash from IT&E. From now until December 22, prepaid and postpaid subscribers all have the chance to win the grand prize or weekly prizes like gift certificates, a TV, gaming console, smartwatch, and more. To earn entries, renew or sign up on a plan, pay your postpaid bill on time, enroll in autopay, or purchase prepaid load and products. Visit ite.net or any IT&E store for details. IT&E, connections that matter.
Listen to The Point anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Find your favorite stations like The Point and discover more. Music stations, local and trusted news sources, sports talk and team coverage, plus today's biggest podcasts. Find it all on the Odyssey app. AUDACY.
From high atop Fox News headquarters in New York City, covering the 2024 election like no other. It's Brian Kilmeade.
Puerto Rico, where I'm in my home state of Delaware, they're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is just orders.
That's terrible. Remember Hillary? She said deplorable. Garbage, I think, is worse, right?
He is the person who stood at this very spot nearly 4 years ago and sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol.
I find it interesting that